Okay, should be live here. We got a tornado warning in Texas here to the east of Dallas, heading towards West Tawaconee. An area of rotation is right here. It's not super strong rotation, but definitely keeping a close eye on it. Again, that's going to be West Tawaconee, and that needs to be in their safe spots. Just gonna wait for the mobile people to get in the chat as well. Good afternoon, Mr. Squeeze. Yeah, tornado warning here just to the east of Dallas, here near Quinlan and West Tawaconee, near Lake Tawaconee. We've got an area of rotation right here. Kind of a crappy view of this storm, but if we go back in time, you can see that this thing was definitely developing rotation before that data kind of cut off there. So I definitely want West Tawaconee here to be in their safe spots. Again, a lot of this area of precipitation over here is kind of weak in terms of like their severe potential. But we definitely got a flood threat here with these storms. As you can see, we have a lot of these areas near McKinney, Plano, Garland, and Dallas, Greenville, and Sulphur Springs in a flood warning, flash flood warning over there. So, not too much of a severe threat here, but you can see here that we do have a little bit of a spin up happening here near West Tawaconee. So we'll keep a close eye on it. Hey, everybody, welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. Let me get chat connected here. Hopefully, the warning system goes on without a hitch here today, because I think the person who controls it, their power's out. So if it goes down, I don't think we're going to have a whole lot of luck in terms of fixing it. It's got a severe thunderstorm. Yeah, we also have some severe weather over here in parts of Louisiana as well. We've got a severe thunderstorm warnings for 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. That is heading towards Shreveport, Minden, DeBach, Homer, Spearsville, Marion, and Farmerville. You guys need to be indoors and away from windows for that storm. And also, we have a decent or a sneaky little tornado threat over here. Not sure if it's going to get started. This is probably what we're going to be watching once this tornado warning expires, if it does expire here shortly. We're going to be watching these storms over here for the potential for them to kind of get mature and try to latch onto an outflow boundary. But they've really been struggling. We really haven't seen any very rapid growth with these thunderstorms just yet. We got a severe thunderstorm watch out here for Paducah, Wichita Falls, Vernon, Altus, Childress, Memphis, Elk City, Pampa, and Perryton. And that's going to be for this threat. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning over here with ping pong ball sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds heading down to the south near Perryton, Texas. But yeah, I mean, so far, so good. These storms have been behaving themselves. It seems like they're battling some sort of capping inversion, or the forcing is just not strong enough near the outflow boundary to get them going. But we'll certainly keep an eye on them to see what ends up happening. Okay, there we go. We finally got another clean scan here. And yeah, we still have some decent rotation just to the south of Hot Cove. You can see this rotation's kind of pushing down to the south and east. If I was in Alsa, Texas, I would be considering being in my safe spots, as that's where this rotation is going, towards you, not necessarily towards Lake Tawaconee. So just continue. I would be in your safe spots there. Let's check this other portions of the line for any rotation. We actually got a little bit of rotation trying to form over here near Grand Saline, Texas, as well, with this little prefrontal supercell. Not necessarily concerning just yet, but something to keep an eye on. Hello, hello. You miss Walmart being open for 24 hours a day. Okay. Thank you for that on-the-ground report. It was pretty nice, wasn't it? I don't think they do it anymore. I think that was caused by COVID, I think. So much flash flooding. Yeah, there's a lot of flash flood alerts out here. Got, a lot. I mean, we're probably talking a good couple million people that are in the flash flood warning as of right now. I mean, and those extend all the way into like Mount Pleasant, Texarkana, even into parts of Arkansas as well. There's a conditional tornado possible. A strong tornado, yeah, and that's going to be over here. So we're essentially looking for the same kind of interactions that we've been seeing the past couple of days that have been producing the strong tornadoes, like the one we saw yesterday. It was a kind of a similar setup. You had kind of a stalling outflow boundary. You had a lot of instability and cloud clearing that allowed for some fuel to be added into the atmosphere, and it's the same thing is happening here as well. But so far, the storms are kind of struggling. So we'll have to see if they can actually mature and do anything. These are kind of pretty small supercells. We did just get a new severe thunderstorm warning though, with this storm just to the west of Fritch in Fritch, Texas. So yeah, a lot of little things to look out for. Definitely got to watch this outflow boundary to see what these storms end up doing. If we can get a storm fire latch onto it, we'll be talking about that conditional strong tornado threat with those storms as well. Already had an EF2 from yesterday in South Dakota. Wow. Evan is in the weather chair tonight. I'm always in the weather chair. You're in Hunt County, tornado warning. So I think you're to the north of this. Yeah, you're to the north of this. So there's Wolf City. You're well to the north, and these storms are not going to ever come towards you. So you're pretty good for the whole day. These things are going to stay to your south. Let's go check on the latest area of rotation here. Yeah, I still don't have the newest scan in just yet. But again, if you live in Tawakoni and near Lake Tawakoni, please continue to be in your safe spots. A lot of these little cells out here are rotating, actually. Let me check it from a different radar. Yeah, both the radars show some rotation over here near Grand Saline. Yeah, these ones on this radar don't really look to be rotating as much, so that might just be that other radar over here picking up on some side lobe contamination. But this one, both radars are saying this storm here does have some rotation on it. Also, we are going to have Storm Runner Media out here. They're near Childress, Texas. They're watching out for that threat for these storms to fire. I mean, you can already see this storm is got some pretty what's the right word? Because it's not really explosive growth because these storms are kind of small right now. But you can definitely tell that the storm is trying to form. You can see those cloud tops are pushing up against the top of the troposphere, really starting to spread out there at the very top. But the bases of these storms have been quite weak. So I'm wondering if we're getting some dry air entrainment or something that is happening that is keeping these storms at bay at the moment. But the one that they're traveling towards does seem to be a little bit more organized. We also have Storm Chaser Tyler Kurtz out there near Eric, Oklahoma. I think he's traveling to the south, although he'll probably choose to travel to the west eventually as well. You can see he's also got a pretty large thunderstorm on his feed as well. And the interesting thing about Tyler is that he's finally gotten that Starlink on his roof. So he should have pretty good connectivity until he gets under a storm. And then that's when it's probably going to struggle. You're not accepting rotation at this time? Okay, Contessa, I'll tell the storms. We'll tell the storms. But yeah, so that's so yeah. Let's see if we got that latest scan in. Wow. Okay. Well, that area of rotation just completely disappeared, which is great news. We love to see it. It went poof. It was there, and now it's not. Although this one to the south is starting to rotate now as well. It's interesting. We've got a little weird, very high precipitation just mess over here with a little bit of spin ups along in this region. The tornado risk with these storms, though, should be quite low. But, it is worth monitoring. It definitely is worth monitoring. Hello, Sherry. Welcome, welcome. Thank you, Adrian. I appreciate that. We try. There's a lot of thunder. Yeah, there's probably a lot of thunder with these storms. A lot of rain. Let's go over to Shreveport, though, and check on it. Yeah, still got this line of storms pushing down to the south here towards Shreveport, Houghton, and Minden. Going to be next in line again. This is pretty marginal weather here. Not really talking about too much of an elevated threat for significant severe weather, but definitely watch out for some gustier winds, potential for small power outages, maybe a couple trees down with these storms as they come through the area, which those gusts should be starting to pick up there in Shreveport. Let me see. I think it's too late to get a high definition camera in Shreveport. I think so. Because we're probably not going to be able to see any structure, which is really the reason why we would pick one up. Yeah, in terms of like rotations along this leading edge here, not really seeing too much there. Also in Arkansas, looks like we just got an extension here for some of these severe thunderstorm warnings. That's going to be for Warren, Monticello, over here near Star City, Grady, Gould, and Humphrey. Guys need to be indoors and away from windows. We'll continue to check on those storms. We don't really have a whole lot to cover. I mean, if I zoom out here, wait, I also forgot about these guys. Got to talk about these guys as well. Also, we have some severe thunderstorms up here in Wisconsin as well. Got one heading towards Janesville, Milton, Beloit, and Whitewater. This is the second round of storms that has kind of come through this area. We even got a tornado possible tag on this storm right now, but right now it's mainly just gustier winds pushing through Janesville. Milton, Whitewater need to be indoors and away from windows. 60-mile-per-hour winds are going to be possible with this storm. Also, we got a little bit of a flood threat with it. It is kind of a slow-moving thunderstorm, so down the line might have some flooding issues over there near Whitewater and Beloit as well. So we got moderate street flooding in portions of Janesville, intersection of Bond Place and Waveland Road. So definitely be watching out if you live in those regions. Also, we have some severe weather happening over here, surprisingly, in North and South Dakota again. Got one at Hale, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Regent there, and then another one over to the south of White Butte. I'm just kidding, White Butte here along 11 and 9 there. All right, let's come back over to here, south and east of Dallas. Looks like they have put a tornado possible tag, what appears to be on the southern portion of this line. That little area of rotation is gone, and it's still gone. And there goes that tornado warning. So the tornado warning has officially been allowed to expire, which is great news. And that's the end of the stream. See y'all later. Just kidding. Nothing to talk about anymore. I'm just kidding. But yeah, looks like yeah, there's still a little bit of rotation in this storm. Kind of broad circulation. Nothing honestly concerning at all with that, though. I don't think that's an imminent tornado threat. I think we just got a brief little spin up there, and that's about it. I really don't think we're going to see much more out in this region other than these damaging winds. So we'll keep these up here, and we'll continue to give everybody some updates. Let's come over here to Storm Runner Media's view. Yeah, you see what I'm talking about here? So this is the same thing we've been seeing with some of these storms so far today. You can see, you get some pretty decent growth of the thunderstorm, but look at the base of the storm. It's almost non-existent. There's like barely anything happening at the base. You typically want a wider base to signify a more mature and organized storm. What happened here on my YouTube studio page? It froze. Hold on, I gotta fix the chat here really quick. There we go. But yeah, so those are the storms over here, which I think should have some of our most significant severe threat to them if they can get started. I mean, I think this is the storm that Storm Runner Media is close to or is driving towards. Yeah, it's on the right side of the road there. It is developing a hail core. It is trying to mature. and it's pretty close to that outflow boundary. So, if this thing forms, gets a little bit stronger, this movement's going to be a little bit slower here initially. But again, we're watching for that southwest turn out of once the storm gets mature, and it could be a potential threat depending on how long it takes it to do a southwest turn, potentially for Memphis, Texas. Can't stay long. Got to be in bed by an hour. Yeah, no problem, no problem. You've been here since 8K. Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate your long-term viewership. It does go a long way. Looks isolated too. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what it can do. Not overly confident with those storms initiating and actually doing something, but it is worth keeping an eye on. That will be the main threat for today, pretty much. Yeah, it looks like these storms are pushing now into Shreveport. 60-mile-per-hour winds, so continue to be indoors and away from windows. You're so mad Ohio has had no severe storms lately or coming. It's okay, man. I think Ohio's had enough. I'm sure most of your neighbors are glad that Ohio's pretty chill right now. We just got a severe thunderstorm warning now for this storm near Clarendon. That's going to be for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. You guys need to continue to be indoors and away from windows there in Clarendon as this storm has become severe. It's definitely going to be packing a little bit of a punch there, and it could continue to mature here over the next couple of hours, and it's going to be kind of a slow-moving storm. So at first, it might be quarter-sized hail, but if it can continue to organize, it could be an issue, a little bit more of an issue there for Clarendon. So just make sure you guys are continuing to be indoors and away from windows. Let's come back up here to the north, check in here for Wisconsin again. Yeah, it looks like that line of storms is still warned for the same thing. Let's check for any rotation. Yeah, still don't have any dangerous rotation with this storm. Still want Whitewater, Richmond, and Beloit to be indoors and away from windows. Watching a chaser in the Clarendon storm right now. Yeah, same here. Yeah, Storm Runner Media is close to the Clarendon storm. They're in Memphis, Texas. You can see the cloud tops of it right now. As they get closer, we should be able to get a better view of what's happening with this thing. So they're going through Memphis right now. So this is a little bit of a tour, a ground tour here of the Memphis area. So you can see not a whole lot in this town, but spirit. I'm sure everybody in this town loves their little town. And I'm really hoping down the line there isn't too much of a severe threat in this town. As, definitely don't like to see severe weather go through any population whatsoever, whether it's 1 or 10,000 people or a million. Clarendon Tower camera. It is. I think you're onto something. I do think you're onto something. This could be our storm of the hour here. Let's go. I think I do have Clarendon Tower cameras. One in Pampa, Clarendon. Oh yeah, we have tower cams in Clarendon. Totally forgot about those. Oh come on. Get full screen for me. And there we go. This is what it looks like directly under the Clarendon storm. Let me change here. This is in Clarendon, Texas. It is not Clarendon clear in Texas right now, though. It is Clarendon cloudy and rainy and haily. There we go. I think that's how you spell it, right? Yeah, Clarendon. Go. You can see the base is kind of ragged with this storm still. Not really a very organized base. It might be some hail falling. I wonder if this camera has any. It'd be nice if this camera had some audio. Does not. Bummer. Your state at 59 tornado reports. Wow, that's impressive. Where is it facing? Towards the storm. That's about all I know right now. That is certainly the base of the cloud there. Here's probably, yeah, here's a little bit of a farther away view. And you can see we're looking pretty much at the very base of the cloud right now. I don't know why it gets so fuzzy initially and it clears up. I don't know what on OBS causes that. I-49 camera has a good structure. Is that the for the Louisiana storm? Yeah, that's all right. Thank you for bringing that to my attention, though, Bill. Yeah, we'll be keeping an eye on the chasers. Yeah, that's this little puffy guy here in Clarendon. Still warned for quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Let's come back over here south and east of Dumas. Still have this storm slowly trying to move towards Fritch, Texas, and has now been upgraded to half-dollar-sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. So a little bit of a stronger storm here. If you live in Fritch, watch out. Could potentially get some power outages there as the storm comes close to you. Back down over here, we still have this glob of rain trying to make its way to Tyler, Texas. Yeah, still not seeing any new areas of rotation with this storm, but keeping a close eye on it.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Tornado warning here in South Dakota. Right there south of White Butte. Yeah, look at that little area of some rotation there. Is that a debris ball in there? I don't think so. I think that's clear air. Yeah, I think we're dealing with some side lobe contamination. I really doubt the rotation is that strong at the moment. Probably a little bit weaker. Probably looks somewhere similar to this one there, but still some rotation. So if you live over here near Shade Hill, Somerville, and Shade Hill, South Dakota, you guys need to be going to your safe spots. This is a radar indicated storm here. No reports of a funnel or anything with it, but we'll be keeping an eye on it. Purple signatures mean tornado possible. What do you mean? Is Borger in the line for the hail? Let me see. Could be. It could be. It's not a guarantee. Just depends on where the storm meanders to. You can see it's kind of interacting with the boundary right now. As of right now, its general direction is towards Borger. But if this storm can't really mature, it might fall apart before it gets to you. But, I would give it like a little 50-50 chance there for Borger, Texas. They've allowed that severe thunderstorm over there near Perryton to expire. Check back over here for Shreveport. Yeah, this line of storms is still pushing into Shreveport as we speak, pretty much down there into downtown Shreveport. If you live in Shreveport, let me know what you guys are feeling down there But Houghton, Minden is next in line for that heavier rain. Bernice is next in line. That'll probably be about 5-10 minutes for Bernice, about 10 to 15 minutes for Farmerville there. South and east of Pine Bluff here in Arkansas. I think the line is about to push into Warren, Arkansas. Then after that, Monticello. Still talking about 60-mile-per-hour winds, easily survivable as long as you're indoors and away from windows. Even if you're in your car, you'll be fine. Just make sure you're stopped and not driving on a busy roadway. If you can, definitely do not stop if you're on the highway, please. Gold and west of DeWitt also are about to get impacted by the northern portion of this line with 60-mile-per-hour winds. Let's come check back with this storm near Clarendon. Yeah, still kind of on the weak side here. If these are close to any of the cams that we have in this area, probably not. Seem to be no, they're not growing. Burl, it's just a lot of rain. It looks like a big storm, but it's just a lot of rain. The environment out there is really not too favorable for anything too intense, but in Houghton, super dark, windy, and now rainy. That's about it. Yeah, that's pretty much how it should be. Hey Samuel, welcome to the stream. Is the Clarendon storm spitting? Or splitting? Let me check it out. Could be. Kind of hard to tell here initially, but there is kind of this northerly component to the storm right now. But yeah, if you're just tuning in here, we do have a tornado warning here in South Dakota. That is pushing off towards Sandhill Reservoir. The latest scans, though, still showing a lot of side lobe contamination with this storm. Still probably some rotation in there, though. So if you live south of Lehman, over here near Somerville and Shade Hill, please continue to be in your safe spots here in South Dakota. And again, the lowest, most interior room of your house with as many walls between you and the outside as humanly possible, a tornado shelter, or a basement that is underground. Hey, Darian, welcome. Welcome. How long am I streaming for? It's probably only going to be about 3-hour stream. Could be shorter. Let's go check back over here towards Wisconsin. Looks like we got an extension on the severe thunderstorm warning. Still a tornado possible tag. Fort Atkinson is going to be next in line. Delavan, Elkhorn, potential for 60-mile-per-hour winds are still inside of the storm right now. And also maybe starting to get a little bit of rotation here south of North Shore. It's a little bit on the broad side. Okay, the latest scan, it went away. Never mind. But there was a brief moment of rotation there. So I can see why they have a tornado possible thing on this. But again, this is in southern Wisconsin, still pushing off to the east. Fort Atkinson is going to be next in line there. Then Delavan and Elkhorn, probably within the 30 minutes and about a half an hour, it should be there. All right, let's check the latest here. You're hearing sirens in Gun Barrel City. That's interesting. I guess there's ping pong ball sized hail potential there north of Gun Barrel City, so that would make a little bit more sense, I guess, but still not really that strong of a storm. I'm surprised they would sound the sirens for that, but every city's a little different. But yeah, that's the storm near Gun Barrel City is pushing up towards Highway 20. Could have some ping pong ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Also, some 60-mile-per-hour winds might be possible along the leading edge of this storm. But the main storm that I'm worried about is this one in this region there near Gun Barrel City. That's going to be going up to the north and east. Let's come back over here, check on the storm near Shreveport. Yeah, it looks like it's now moved through Shreveport and Minden. Bernice is still about to get impacted here by the storm. Farmerville still going to be a little bit. Monticello is also still in the path of this storm here with 60-mile-per-hour winds. Almost there, kind of approaching you guys, getting closer and closer each scan. So just make sure that you guys are continuing to be indoors and away from windows. And then this one over here, just push through Grady. Gould is next, probably about 5 minutes for you. And then DeWitt here in Arkansas is going to be after that. Check back in with these storms over here. Yeah. I mean, if you come over here to Storm Runner Media's view, you can really tell that this storm is struggling to organize. I mean, look at the base of this clouds there. The base is so small, it's almost non-existent. This storm is going to have to go through a lot more organizing to really get the job done here. Thank you, Mr. L. I appreciate that. You're watching me from the ER room? Oh, no. Are you feeling better by any chance? Sick of the bad weather? I understand. I think we are a little tired of this nonstop severe weather. Yeah, the storm near Clarendon is struggling. I'm not really seeing any other promising storms at this moment. The threat is taking a little bit to get its act together there. Let's come up a little bit further to the north here. South of Lehman. Yeah, kind of got a messy scan there. Still a little bit of rotation with this storm. Still, but I'm not like overly concerned for it right now. But just in case there's something different happening on the ground than what I'm seeing on radar, which is very possible given how far away we are from the radar, I still want Somerville and Shade Hill to continue to be in their safe spots. Can I check Yorkville, Illinois? We can go look at Illinois for a little bit. Let me see where Yorkville is. Yorkville, Illinois. Yeah, y'all got nothing. Absolutely nothing right now. Check on the latest here since we're already up in this area. Yeah, this little part of the storm keeps on trying to rotate. You can see we've definitely got some precipitation wrapping it around here. And there is a little area of circulation still with this storm. Not overly concerning just yet, kind of in its baby rotation stages here. But if you live here near Fort Atkinson, Whitewater, Elkhorn, and Delavon, you need to be in your safe indoors and away from windows. And then over here near Fort Atkinson, watching this little area here for some rotation. If you live near Hebron, Rome, Helenville, and Fort Atkinson, just you don't need to go to your safe spots, but just be ready to go if this thing tries to wrap up. Tornadoes are not impossible up here today. There is a little bit of shear. These storms could spin in the right opportunity, and this one is trying to do so. So we'll keep an eye out on these storms. We'll come back. We'll try to come back every scan for you. Nothing's really changed there. Already gave out the warning for that. This storm over here is evaporating, it seems, near Clarendon. This is the view of the storm. Not quite what you would expect for a for the storm of the day. Yeah, Yorkville is good. There's nothing going on there, Yorkville. Let's go over to Tyler's view. Yeah, Tyler's got a very similar view of the storm. We're gonna have to wait for the dang. I might have to put chasers on something else. I don't know why it's so blurry when I switch over, and then it takes it a while to the resolution to clear up. Not sure if that's like a YouTube thing or what, but yeah, I mean, from Tyler's view, you can also see there's just no base with this storm. You need all the ingredient, or you need all the things with the storm. You need it to have sustained access to instability. You can't have too strong of a cap. There might be a little bit of drier entrainment here. You got your snare, you got your hi-hat, but you ain't got no bass. No bass with this storm. Very small bass with this one so far. So still not a very organized cell. Kind of looks like it's falling apart. It's definitely not the kind of look on radar. Not the kind of look on radar, and not the kind of look from the ground that you're going to need to get a tornadic supercell, a sustained supercell. Yeah, these guys are falling apart. All of the storms in this area are falling apart. That's good news. Hopefully they stay like that. Let's come check back in with this storm. Yeah, still think we were dealing with some side lobe contamination there. Oh my gosh! What the heck? What just happened on Tyler's stream? Oh, he almost ran over some birds.
A new tornado warning
Oh
has
my
been issued.
goodness. That is crazy. Wait, why does it say live? Yeah, refresh Tyler's feed. Or we'll do that in a second. Come back over to here. We got a new tornado warning issued, and I'm assuming that's in Wisconsin. Yeah. So got a new tornado warning issued for this storm. That's going to be for Fort Atkinson, Hebron, Helenville, Jefferson, and Rome. You guys all need to be going to your safe spots. As anticipated, we do have this little area of rotation trying to get its act together, but honestly, not looking as impressive as it did. Not looking nearly as impressive. I think, right here, that was when I was most concerned about it. We're getting a little bit of a tighter circulation, but the latest scan, not as much. Let me check over on the storm relative velocities here. Yeah, the storm relative, I think, is showing a little bit of a better picture of what's going on here. Yeah, we do have an area of some broader circulation still. Not overly concerned, not thinking tornado imminent with this cell right now, but that is definitely enough rotation to respect this storm and to be in your safe spot. So if you live in Fort Atkinson, Helenville, Hebron, Rome, you guys all need to be going into your safe spots. Definitely keep a close eye on this storm. In fact, we'll wait for the next scan. Yeah, that was it almost hit some birds. Turkeys are bad for windshields. Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. His windshields already have enough crap on them. We were making fun of him earlier. He had oh my goodness, it was crazy. It's like it looked like he went it looked like he drove through I don't even know, like a bug farm. There was at least 100 bug splatters on his windshield. And even after he cleaned it twice, there was still some bug guts on there. So it's pretty interesting. I guess at the nighttime when you're in a rural area, and you're the only lights on the road, the bugs get specifically attracted to your vehicle. But yeah, latest scan here, still some broader rotations south of Fort Atkinson. Still watching for this thing to see if it'll try to organize a little bit more than that. But yeah, it's kind of crossing over 26, heading into Fort Atkinson, Hebron, Helenville, and Rome. All need to be indoors and away from in their safe spots. Again, a safe spot is the lowest, most interior room of your house, as many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible. A tornado shelter or a basement that is underground. If you live in an RV, mobile home, or trailer, you need to be evacuating immediately and seeking sturdier shelter. I do want to check back in on this tornado warning in South Dakota, just really quick. See if anything specifically has changed on it. Yeah, not a whole lot has changed. Still a little bit of rotation there. Still not yet towards Somerville and Shade Hill. So you guys still need to be in your safe spots there. Cows are bad for yeah, no kidding. Storms are predicted to hit southern or central Louisiana after dark. Yeah, there's a big line of storms in Louisiana right now. Thankfully, the severe threat's pretty low. You got only 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds in it, which most of this line is probably not going to have any hail. But yeah, that will eventually make it down into central Louisiana. Maybe still with a severe threat, maybe not. It's hard to tell. We'll have to see how those storms kind of continue there. I mean, it does seem like there's a decent amount of uncapped instability out in front of them. Yes, we're doing well. Thank you for asking, Alf. Appreciate that. All right, let's see if we have any new areas. I still don't have the newest scan just yet. And if you're just now tuning in, we have a tornado warning here in southeastern Wisconsin. The area of rotation here is just to the south of Fort Atkins, kind of going into southern Fort Atkins. And yeah, it's hard to even call that, to be honest, an area of rotation anymore, to be honest. Still some broad circulation here in storm relative, though. Just no tight areas of concerning rotation right now. It does seem like those areas of rotation have gotten a lot weaker the last couple of scans. Look at this view here from Storm Runner Media. Those are mammatus clouds. The heck? Those are weird looking. Every time you log in, I look different. I feel like I'll look the same every day. They look like udders. Yeah, they do. They kind of do. That might be the most you get out of that storm there, is some mammatus clouds. I don't even think the base of the storm is. I think the storm kind of shriveled up completely. Because Tyler Kurtz was looking at it, but now I don't see anything on Tyler Kurtz's feed. All we have here is mammatus clouds there near there in Texas. It's like a mini hurricane. Yeah, but it's a storm. It's not a hurricane. It does kind of look like one though. But yeah, it's just a weak storm with the weak rotation now. 60-mile-per-hour winds could be possible though with this storm. Depending on your infrastructure or how healthy the trees are in your area, you could still get some power outages. Maybe a couple trees down. But we're continuing to monitor to see if this thing's going to try to rotate again or if it's done. What do mammatus clouds mean for weather? It just means that the clouds are kind of entering into a more stable part of the atmosphere. Pacific Northwest pouring atmospheric river. Really? Oh, you must be talking way northwest. Go check back in on this tornado warning here in South Dakota really quick. See if anything's changed. I'm still kind of the same presentation here. So not much has changed. Everybody here in this warning still needs to be in their safe spots. Jefferson County, I don't know where that is. If you can give me some sort of town name, potentially, that would be probably easier. El Dorado, Texas, though, just all the weather in Texas right now is marginal severe weather. So just be indoors and away from windows if you get put under a severe thunderstorm warning. But over here in the Panhandle, all of these storms are dying. They're all dying. As you can tell by Storm Winter Media, if there was something happening with this storm, they wouldn't be looking at Mamatis. They would be looking at the base of the storm, but I don't think there's a base of the storm anymore. I think the storm is just completely falling apart, and the only rain that's still falling is the moisture that was lifted up into the atmosphere before the storm fell apart. I'm telling you, everything in Texas right now is marginal. Just be indoors and away from windows. We got a tornado warning in here in Wisconsin. Once the tornado warning expires, we will come down there and check you guys out. I promise. Latest scans here. Still some very broad circulation here near Fort Atkinson. Still monitoring, though, for more rotation, but that's still not materializing. But just in case it does, I still want Hebron, Helenville, Rome, and Palmyra to be in their safe spots. Atmospheric river is just essentially a band of moisture that comes off of the Pacific Ocean, and it usually comes from closer to the equator, and then trails all the way up into the west coast. New mesoscale discussion for Texas. Let me check it out. They're saying severe threat coverage expected to increase. Large hail and severe wind gusts will be possible. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see if those storms can get going. Right now, they are struggling in the Texas region. Oh, that's not a bad picture. So this is what the base of the severe thunderstorm or the tornado warning in South Dakota looks like. There's the base of the storm. Definitely a little bit of a mesocyclone on there. So certainly some rotation near the surface. Nice grab, Bill. Oh, this thing is really wrapping up. Look at that. Really see that curl there. Thankfully, that the rotation being wrapped up there is pretty broad right now. For Lake Geneva, I don't know where Lake Geneva is. Let me check. Lake Geneva. Is this right? Okay, there's Lake Geneva. Severe thunderstorms could be possible there along Lake Geneva. We're talking about 60-mile-per-hour winds potentially there. So they're probably about to extend the severe thunderstorm warning, which is probably why your sirens are going off. They're not going off for a tornado warning, I can tell you that right now. They probably stopped chasing because it didn't look too favorable for tornadoes up here. I mean, we've had some rain showers up here. A couple of them became severe, but that's about it. Unfortunately, it's just really hard to predict what these storms are going to do. So it's probably why they ended their stream. Latest, yeah. A little bit of circulation up here in the northern portion of this storm. Still not that strong, but it does appear to be trying to tighten up a little bit. So still think it's worth being in your safe spots there in Hebron, Rome. Oh, never mind. Tornado warning has been expired, but I still think it's worth watching this circulation just to see what it's going to try to do. But you guys can technically come out of your safe spots if you want there in Helenville, Rome, and Hebron. But I'd be ready to go back in just in case that thing tries to wrap up again. Let's come back over here to South Dakota. Latest scan is still showing a decent area of rotation here. Still approaching Somerville and Shade Hill. Please continue to be in your safe spots. Let's check back in with some of these other storms while we got a chance. Yeah, look at that. That is what you call big old poof. Most storms went poof there. South and east of Dumas. Yeah, still seeing that storm struggle as well. North of Wheeler, that storm struggling. And all of these storms here. This one over here near Gun Barrel City is trying to get its act together a little bit more. Potential for 65-mile-per-hour winds now exist with this, heading into Grand Saline and Van. Also over here, Lindale, still Holly Ranch, still in line for those 60-mile-per-hour winds. South of Shreveport, this gust front is surging down to the south still. Houghton is still getting some rain right now. I'll say your biggest threat there in Houghton now is the potential for some flooding. They extended this severe thunderstorm down to the south now for Ruston, Lucky, Ashland, Jonesboro, Chatham, Richwood, and West Monroe, Sterlington as well. You guys need to be indoors and away from windows. Also over here near Crosset, Hamburg, Montrose, Portland, Parkdale, and Wilmot still have 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards you as well. Continue to be indoors and away from windows. And we got a new warning out here for Reed, McGee, Arkansas City, Watson, and DeWitt, Arkansas. That's going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds as well. Oh, wow. We got a random severe thunderstorm warning over here in Kentucky. This one's pushing up to the north towards Lewisburg, Chandler's Chapel, and Gasper. There in Kentucky. I would assume they're going to issue a new severe thunderstorm warning in Wisconsin. I would assume so if there's still some severe gusts in here, but they might have had some METAR data here in Fort Atkins and Whitewater, and they might not. We'll have to see. If they get a new thing coming in saying that there is, still a severe threat with it, maybe some 60-mile-per-hour winds are measured in some airport, they'll probably issue another one. But yeah, I mean, eventually this is going to try to make its way into Milwaukee. Definitely going to bring some gustier winds and some lightning potential as well with this. So definitely respect the storm here. Let's go check the latest. Yeah, looks like that circulation is now getting weaker and weaker. Still very broad at the moment. Good news about this tornado warning is I really don't think there's a whole lot of folks that live out here, but I do think we're probably in like the 200s to 400s here with this one. No, 80. 80 people live in this tornado warning. And the main city out here is Shade Hill, South Dakota. Any recommendations? No, I don't have any good recommendations. I did get one. They wanted to sponsor the channel, and I said, send me one, and I'll take a look at it. If I really, really like it, maybe. And I didn't like it. So I don't have any good recommendations. I did get a free weather station. Hey, Brooke, welcome. Gotta look at Canton, Texas. Sure, we can go look at Texas. Everybody wants to talk about Texas. It's because there's a lot of people here. But again, that main threat for you is now just heavy rain. Those gustier winds are still kind of in your region, so you still could be getting some gustier winds. But the main threat for you guys is going to be rain there to the north. Also seeing a little area of rotation here south of Canton. Well, that's a little bit more than rain there. Might have to keep an eye on that circulation there north of Eustis. If that continues to tighten, they might put a warning on that. I don't think. I mean, it's heading in the general direction of Canton right now, but there is an outflow boundary kind of surging to the south as well. So we'll have to see if it continues to the north or not. It's definitely an area to keep an eye on. Just drop by to say hi. Hope everybody is safe. Well, hello, Cody. Yeah, so far so good. People said tornado touched down in Gun Barrel in that storm. Let me check on that. Those reports would probably come from Facebook, if I had to guess. Or if they didn't, then there's probably some reports. Let me see. Gun Barrel City, Texas. Who's saying that, if you don't mind me asking? You lived in South Dakota your whole life and you never heard of that town? Well, it's because it has 80 people in it. Typically, yeah, I'm not seeing any reports of a tornado in Gun Barrel City. Only thing I see is pictures of a boat with some damage, which can easily be caused by the boat just getting pushed against the dock repeatedly without any. Doesn't look like it had any buffers on it, like any floaties on the side to prevent that damage. So I'm not seeing any evidence of a tornado in Gun Barrel City yet. Check on radar though. There is a little area of circulation there just to the north of Eustis. Some broad circulation with it. Keeping an eye on it. Not overly concerned just yet. It's kind of a messy signal. Hopefully we can get a good signal from this radar here shortly. But I do think we're dealing with a little bit of contamination on the southern side. But right in here, there's certainly some rotation. If that tries to tighten up a little bit more, they'll probably slap a tornado warning on it. All right, latest scan here with this storm. Still an area of some decent rotation with this storm. Now pulling into Shade Hill directly. So if you live in Shade Hill, continue to be in your safe spots. Fortunately, we will not be able to confirm this tornado using radar, just given the fact that it is so far away from the closest radar. So we're not going to really be able to see a CC drop, and it's got a lot of hail. So most likely we will not be able to confirm it on radar. So unless there's a spotter out there, which there probably isn't, they're probably not going to get a confirmation on this. So it could be on the ground right now. So just make sure you're definitely in your safe spots there near Shade Hill, South Dakota. Flying auditor, as far as I'm concerned, Team Rubicon said that was taken care of. If that's not true, please message me. But that's out of my control. They said that they talked to you, so. Hey, Marcy, welcome, welcome. SBC, yeah, there's still severe weather possible, but the storms are kind of
A
piddly
new
diddly
tornado
right now.
warning has been issued.
I'm assuming that's for that one storm we were watching. Yeah, that's this storm over here. So yeah, they did end up slapping a tornado warning on this. If you live in Denman Crossroads, Martins Mill, Tundra, and Jackson, guys got to be in your safe spots. There's that area of circulation. This thing could try to produce a tornado, so please Be in your safe spots there. Again, that's the lowest, most interior portion of your house. There's many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible, a tornado shelter, or a basement that is underground. And this is just to the south of Canton, Texas. I wonder, do we have any cameras near Canton? Can't. I feel like I've looked for them before and didn't find anything. Yeah, yeah, I remember. We looked for it, but you couldn't find anything in Canton. Googled it. It's way up in no man's land. Yeah, it's definitely not a populated area. That's for sure. It's in the middle of nowhere up there in South Dakota. It's east though. Big Sandy. Yeah, that's way out of the path. So yeah, I don't think we're gonna be able to get a view on this storm, unfortunately. Maybe one from Athens. Let me see if Athens has a cam. There's a cam in Tyler, Texas, which is too far. Not seeing any cams in Athens. So yeah, we're pretty much blind here in terms of cam views, but we probably wouldn't be able to see much anyways. Oh, wow. Check this out. An actual strong area of rotation is now developing on this storm. Again, this area of rotation is near Big Rock, Texas, heading up towards Denman Crossroads and Tundra. Right there is your stronger circulation. Keeping a very close eye on that. Outdoor active. Oh, you mean the traffic cams? Yeah, those are to the north, and they're picture cams, which aren't super helpful. But I mean, there is a view here from one of the cams. They're not live. You can see there's the storm there as seen from Highway 20. That's near Canton. The storm comes close. Well, we'll keep an eye on it via one of these cans. We might be able to get a picture from one of these cans, but I severely doubt it. Still waiting on that latest radar scan to come in. Let me go up here. South Dakota again. Check in on this area of rotation. Yeah, still a little area of rotation here. Now pulling into Shade Hill. So Shade Hill, you only need to be in your safe spots here for a little bit longer. Hopefully, there is no tornado on this storm again. We're not going to be able to confirm it using radar. So just stay in your safe spots here for the next 5-10 minutes, and then you can come out. Then after that, I mean, we're pretty much in the middle of nowhere with this storm. So if you live just to the north and east of Shade Hill, be in your safe spots as, there could be a tornado on that. We just wouldn't know. Radar's too far away. Strong circulation, yeah. There is some strong circulation here. Right there north of Eustis. No debris ball being indicated just yet. One thing I will say about this is that it's a little bit of a blocky signal. But there certainly is some stronger circulation right there in that region. Might be dealing with a little bit of side lobe contamination, but just given how cluttered the radar is, it's hard to tell what exactly. So we're just treating it like it's a strong circulation. If you live in Denman, Crossroads, Walton, Martins Mill, Tundra, just make sure that you guys are in your safe spots here south of Canton, Texas. Yeah, it's good golf ball sized hail in it too. 65-mile-per-hour winds are also possible. Yeah, no traffic cams, guys. No traffic cams until we get to 20. And those ones are only picture cams. We don't have any live cams near the storm right now. Let me go back over to this screen because storm chasers really aren't looking at anything that is helpful. Yeah, latest scan looks like that area of some stronger rotation is kind of weakening out a little bit. Still a decent little tight area of circulation there now, just to the east of Big Rock, heading towards still Denman Crossroads. Still no debris ball, though. As this storm starts to merge with these other storms to the north, that circulation should start to die off. That is the theory. I'm a little interested to see what this storm over here near Tyler does. It kind of is in the same environment, but not necessarily doing the exact same thing. Looks like they let most of the severe thunderstorm warnings over here in Arkansas to expire. Still have a severe thunderstorm warning over here, though, for parts of southeastern Arkansas. It's going to be Montrose, Portland, Wilmot there, and then northern Louisiana, Bonita. And then further down to the south, we have a 60-mile-per-hour warned storm here, heading towards Ruston, Jonesboro, Lucky, Ashland, Chatham, Richwood, West Monroe, Sterlington as well. You guys need to be indoors and away from windows with that. Also, they still haven't issued a new severe thunderstorm warning with this, so looks like we're mainly going to be dealing with some wind and rain. But I definitely wouldn't be outside. I'd be indoors with this storm. A lot of lightning still, heavy rain, maybe even some gustier winds heading towards Waukesha, Milwaukee, and Shorewood here in Wisconsin. Tri-County Storm Tracker said funnel cloud and Eustis. I wouldn't be surprised. Would not be surprised if there's a funnel cloud being reported with this storm. Could be a funnel cloud, could be Scud, but I mean, there's definitely enough rotation to support a funnel cloud report. That's for sure. Rapidly rotating now. You mean on radar or from the storm chaser's perspective? On radar, there's rotation, but I wouldn't say it's like rapid. But we're not looking at the surface. So if the storm chaser is reporting rapid rotation, then we'll have to keep an eye on it. Just what he's saying, yeah. Yeah, some storm chasers, they'll accurately describe what's going on, and some chasers don't. The best way to tell, if you see a funnel cloud on a storm chaser's feed, and there's a lot of something that looks like a funnel cloud, and there's a lot of movement around it, and it looks kind of smooth, then that's a real funnel cloud. But some storm chasers, they'll go out there and call something that's really not rotating too much, rapid or violent rotation, just to kind of keep the viewers engaged, not necessarily to report accurate. So I don't know. I'm not familiar with that storm chaser. I don't know what their practices are, but I can tell you for sure on radar that there is certainly some rotation with the storm. You got two little pockets here. Moving up to the north and east, still want Denman Crossroads, Martins Mill, and Tundra there in South Canton to be in their safe spots still. More development north of Pampa. Where? You mean this? Let's go check back up here for South Dakota. Looks like they're going to extend this tornado warning as a severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to be for Morristown next. So that they're probably going to let this tornado warning expire, it seems. Yeah. There's still a little area of circulation in here, just not overly strong right now. But Morristown, be indoors and away from windows. That ping pong ball sized hail can still do a little bit of damage. You expecting anything more tonight? Nope, not. Most of it's going to stay here south and east for the rest of the day. Close to Lindsay Park. Um, yeah, as far as I can tell from this radar, let me check the Shreveport radar. Yeah, not a whole lot of rotation there east of Tyler or west of Tyler right now. But I will admit it's kind of a messy signal. Yeah, get you some sleep, Hannah. Kazi, stop it. Let me search. Let me see if Gunbarrel City has any more weather updates. Nope. No problem, Emily. Let me check the different levels of the atmospheres here. I mean, this rotation is organized all the way up into the upper portions of the storm or the middle portions of the storm. But near the surface, it does seem like it is starting to weaken as it interacts with some of these other storms around it. So hopefully that trend continues. It's not a guarantee, though, so I still want Denman, Crossroads, and Martins Mill, Tundra to still be in their safe spots here while we still assess what this storm is going to do. It does seem like they dropped that severe thunderstorm warning, though, around in the Grand Saline, Van, and Emery area. Definitely have a decent flood threats, though, still with these storms. I mean, they're kind of trending over the same spots here. They're not, this little area of storms really isn't moving too much. So definitely watch out there in Mineola, Holly Ranch, Lindell, Van, Canton, Terrell, and Kaufman for that flood threat. Yeah, looks like they allowed that tornado warning to expire here in northern South Dakota. Just want to check back in with the stormers to make sure we're not seeing any areas of rotation here. Yeah, still not seeing any areas of concerning rotation here in Waukesha. Uh, Milwaukee, Sherwood, not seeing much of an increase of winds, but can't rule out a severe thunderstorm as this moves closer. You know, if it tries to pick up a little bit more of intensity with its winds, they might try to slap another severe thunderstorm warning on this. But regardless of whether or not it gets severe thunderstorm warned or not, this thing's most likely going to be packing anywhere between 40 and 60 mile per hour winds, all of which you should be indoors from. So just as long as you're doing that, no matter what scenario kind of starts to play out here with the storm in Wisconsin, as long as you're indoors, you'll be a-okay from the storm. If you live near like a diseased tree, even 40 to 60 mile per hour winds can sometimes knock those down. So if you like know that that's an issue, you got a big tree next to your house, just make sure you're in a more interior portion of your house, and on the lowest floor. That's what I'm saying. Waukesha. I've been saying that over and over. Is that not? I said it right. It's Waukesha. Yeah, Waukesha. Waukesha. Oh, Waukesha. Gotcha. Fine. Waukesha. Trying to find Lake Geneva again. Okay, there it is. Yeah, Lake Geneva still has some showers now pushing in, so those winds will start to elevate as they get a little bit closer to you there. I check on the latest area of rotation, see if this thing is reorganizing at all. It is not. Still a little bit of a broad, weak area of circulation here south of Canton, which is great news. That's what we like to see. Good sign still with this storm. Still want everybody in their safe spots, though, just in case this thing does try to reorganize its rotation. But as of right now, it's looking quite weak. So hopefully we don't see a tornado out of it. What is Storm Owner Media doing? Are they doing a forecast? Can I just chill?
Down south. So, monitoring that. But again, right now, Wednesday looks null.
There we go. If we need a forecast, we'll just go back into this portion of the video. Is Tyler still looking at storms? No, there are. That storm is now completely off the radar. There's nothing left of it. That is so impressive. It looked like it had some decent growth at the beginning, but it just fell apart. Waukesha. Gotcha. Thank you guys for helping me with that difficult pronunciation. And there we go. Tornado warnings. All tornado warnings have been allowed to expire. Oh, look at that. Great news. Actually, we'll just come over here and we'll have Tyler under me. The old Tyler Kurtz, who's actually at least looking at some clouds instead of some sort of radar. Let's see. People in Wisconsin. Hey, that's mean, Ted. Tyler, storm evaporated. Yeah. I mean, all the storms evaporated. The longer these storms take, the less chance they're going to have to do anything. Because that instability is getting pushed off to the east, and we've got a really skinny line of instability. So, you know, if they keep taking their time, that's going to be it. I've still got a little blip here near 70. Little blip junior. I do have a camera in Tyler, Texas. Let me see if it has any. Do we got anything to look at in Tyler, Texas? Like anything at all? Forgot to put Athens, Texas in the search bar. So it said it brought me to Athens, Greece. Okay. There is a little something on this camera. Not this one, but this new one I'm about to bring up. Big Sandy's got big rain, maybe some thunder, and that's about it right now. Some gusty winds can't be ruled out. We gotta wait for this ad to stop playing here. There we go. I mean, there's something there. Cloud. Might see some lightning. I don't know. There's not a whole lot going on right now, guys. Covered those tornado warnings, and that seems to be about it. Oh, wait, I keep forgetting we can't come back over to that screen because Stormer Media is doing some sort of forecast. I think we still got to keep an eye on this storm, potentially. It might try to spin up again. You ready to come back to Alabama? Come on home. What are you doing? Alabama is the place to be. Lowest home prices in America on average. And they're beautiful homes too. Lots of beautiful homes in this area. You want to get a big old house, but don't have a couple $1,000,000? Come on over. Come on down to Alabama. You want to drive everywhere and see a sign for Alexandra Shannara on every billboard? Come to Alabama. Only people in Alabama will get that joke. Alabama is the place to be. There are surprisingly, like, not every city. I will say Montgomery's kind of meh. Birmingham is decent. But Huntsville is an amazing place to live. Amazing. It is crazy. The city's kind of small, so it's not overbearing. And yeah, I mean, there's just so many new buildings and everything popping up every single year. It's becoming a decent little area, and it's kind of spread out. It's not like all congested yet, but it'll probably get congested, especially if I keep on hyping it up and people start moving there. And thank you, Max Plays, for the 2. Thank you so much. How's Wisconsin looking? Wisconsin still's got some rain with it, but it doesn't look like they're going to be reissuing a severe thunderstorm warning for this storm just yet. Seeing maybe a little bit of an escalation here of the winds, but we're still pretty weak. Sitting around 30-mile-per-hour winds. Motion of the storm is probably sitting at around 10, 20 miles an hour, maybe a little bit faster. Actually, probably around 30 miles an hour. So, and I'd definitely be indoors. But again, no matter what happens with these storms, just being indoors and away from windows on any of them in Wisconsin will work to keep you safe. Oh, look at that. There's going to be some person randomly online that's going to be like, called it. Called it. Severe thunderstorm warning in Montana. But yeah, Nashau and Fraser. You guys all need to be going indoors and away from windows. We got a severe thunderstorm warning for your guys' area. Not a whole lot of precipitation with this storm, but 60-mile-per-hour winds cannot be ruled out. Be getting indoors and away from those windows quickly. There in Glasgow, Nashau, and Fraser. Hunts Vegas. Yeah. That's what it's called. There's creeks and stuff. Yeah, I mean, there's not a whole lot. Don't get me wrong. It's a great place to live if you like the slower life. There's not a whole lot to do in Alabama. Really not a whole lot. We don't have any fancy theme parks. We don't have any mountains to ski on. We do got beaches, though. Got some darker clouds appearing here in Tyler, Texas. Look at that. It's not overgrown yet, Mac. Come on. We still don't have that bad of traffic. But I will say the communities or what is it? The suburbs, like they're expanding into everything. If you're a satellite city, a nice quiet farm satellite city near Huntsville, your property's probably going to get bought within the next 10 years and turned into a suburb. They are expanding like crazy. Thank you, Max, for the 2. We just looked at Wisconsin. If you missed it, I'm sorry. We're not going to go check it every time you donate, but I'm feeling pretty good. Thank you. Birmingham. Nice. And Birmingham's decent city. I would say they have more of like a nightlife there in Birmingham, I guess. Birmingham is a classic example of starting to get over congested, though. But like outside of like the downtown area in Birmingham, there's a lot of nice places. A lot of nice little areas to live. At least we got a view of something. Wisconsin is not the most interesting thing happening right now. No, it's not. The only thing y'all got is cheese right now. And unless you got some cheese to share, we're not checking out your weather. Period. I'm just kidding. No cheese for me, no storm coverage. Please send cheese immediately. You must reload the meter with cheese. But yeah, this storm is still ongoing here. Again, it's not severe, guys. It's just a rain shower. I know you guys had storm chasers in your area earlier, so you guys are a little bit worked up thinking a tornado outbreak might happen, but that's just not the case. Tornado chances are very low with this storm. The main threat with this line of storms is going to be maybe some severe winds of up to 60 miles per hour, and that's it. That's the main threat. Not really seeing an environment really substantial enough for any spin-ups right now. But if you live in Milwaukee, just make sure that you are indoors and away from windows. And again, you'll be perfectly fine from this storm. You guys have had storms way worse than this in Wisconsin. There's no need to freak out. It does seem like this storm is starting to push into Tyler, Texas a little bit here. Actually, a little bit of rotation is starting to develop on the northern side. This is the sky view from Tyler, Texas. Can't really see too much sky, but I promise you there's some in there. See if we can see anything with that little area of rotation. Not quite concerning enough to warn, I don't think, but if it does try to intensify, we might get a warning out of it. Jason says he can cut some cheese if you want. Yeah, cut the cheese into little slices, into little cubes, and send them my way. Thank you, JG, for the 5, saying some cheese money. Go buy yourself a nice block of Colby. Colby's all right. I don't know what cheese is my favorite. All I know is that every now and then there's like a charcuterie board at random attractions, and I'll tell you what, there's certain cheeses on those fancy ones that taste really good. I just don't know the name. But I know it's not Colby though. Getting a little windier here in Tyler, Texas. Shoot, sorry. I keep switching over to that scene. It's just habit. I don't think Storm Runner Media is... Oh, actually, yeah. Yeah, this is not much to look at on the storm chasing's perspective here. About Willis Point. Where's Willis Point? Willis Point. Texas. Oh, Wills Point. You guys are getting some rain. Watch out for some flood waters. Could be some flooding in your area. That's about it. Rain and thunder. Definitely wouldn't be outside for that. Yeah, latest scan, still a little bit of rotation back in this storm, but looking a little bit weaker on the latest scan. Yeah, string cheese is good cheese. Yes, we can agree on that. Yeah, pepper jack. That's my favorite cheese for like sandwiches. I think that's got a really good flavor. Long view. Yeah, long view. Eventually, the storm's going to try to make it to you. Again, it's just a severe storm. Nothing too crazy. The tornado threat is not supposed to be here, although we are getting little areas of rotation that, as far as we've been able to tell, have just produced a funnel at this moment. So that's the worst thing we've gotten over here. Now, the environment shouldn't support tornadoes, but, you know, we are still kind of watching out for that threat. So I would definitely be weather aware. But your greatest chance for a threat there in Longview is going to be some heavier rain, potential for some severe gusts of up to 60 miles per hour. I would definitely be having plans to be indoors. Over here near Monroe, still have 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts making it to you guys there in Louisiana. Same with Bastrop. Parkdale, Wilmot, and Portland, and Montrose here in Arkansas are now getting your part of the storm. Same kind of advice for you. Just be indoors and away from windows. Cheese is nasty alone. Not all cheeses. Sharp cheddar's pretty good. Cheese is your favorite food group. It needs to be a food group. I agree. PPJ. What's PPJ? What is that, sir? What are you putting on your sandwiches? Yeah, the sirens are going off for the severe weather here. Yeah, Tyler, Texas is has got potential for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. There have been little tiny spin ups here, but again, nothing that has been overly concerning yet. Oh, Pepper Jack, gotcha. Goat cheese? I've never tried goat cheese. Does it actually come from goats? Peanut udder? What's peanut udder? What are you putting on your sandwiches? How's Michigan? Michigan's look fine. Fine and dandy. We do have some storms that are about to cross over the lake, so you're definitely got a chance for some rain. Maybe some thunder. General thunderstorms could be possible, mainly over like near like the Muskegon, like along the coast. But what the? What is he putting in his sandwich? What are those? What's going on? Oh.
They said they're dizzy now. They're dizzy now.
Okay. Try to get some information on what just happened here. Hold on. Did he hit like a light goal?
Wait, okay, yeah, you're right. We gotta dance with Betsy and Corny Colonel. Alright, hold on. Take two. Take two.
Head southwest on County Road 27.
I can't. Tyler Kurtz, best dancer on planet Earth. My goodness, those moves were smooth. Very smooth moves. It was a corn husk and a cow. There you go. Oh yeah, queso. Oh, don't get me started on queso. You can't bring me to a Mexican restaurant, man. Let me tell you what. I go there and I just fill up on the queso. And I always get tons of leftovers. Like I always go there with a thought in mind that I'm going to get something delicious and I'm going to eat all of it. But it never ends up working out because I always eat too many chips and queso. So yes, queso is real good. I could drink queso. And apparently so can someone else in chat. Straight queso, no chips. Exactly. Queso soup. That needs to be a thing. Oh yeah, bread as well. Yeah, the breadsticks, they'll get you. All right, let's check on yeah, those little areas of circulations back in this part of the storm are now all pretty weak. Not overly concerned about any of those anymore. Let's check on this. Oh my god. Finally. Man, it's been so long since we've had like just an absolute bust. Thank goodness. Yeah, these storms are not firing. They are kind of firing, but they are dying off real quick. They are not latching onto the outflow boundary today. Oh, looks like today's going to be nice and chill. Hold on, guys. We got to come up here to Wisconsin before the Wisconsin people freak out again. Don't worry, guys. Still not severe. It's coming, though. Milwaukee and Shorewood still need to be indoors and away from windows, just in case something happens. Remove the slight risk in the Texas Panhandle. That's wild. Here it comes, Milwaukee. Big old rain shower. Better put your cheese up. Put your cheese up. What else does Wisconsin have? I'm pretty sure that they just have cheese, right? Like that's like the only thing that everyone in Wisconsin owns. Just cheese. There we go. And beer. Oh yeah, they got brats too. Oh wait, they also have Culver's. They have cheese curds. Y'all got pickles? Cheese and beer. All right. Fair enough. Isn't there a brewery in Milwaukee that's like big? Isn't that like Bush, right? Bush Brewery, Bush Beer location. Which one's the Milwaukee beer? I know there's like a very specific Milwaukee beer. Bush is St. Louis. Pabst? Wait, is Pabst from? If Pabst is from Milwaukee, I might have to rethink my thoughts about Milwaukee. Pabst Blue Ribbon. I get that. Whenever I go out to the bars to try to certainly, I mean, to just, hang out, not do anything salacious whatsoever, because I am a good citizen. Oh, yeah, look, Pabst Blue Ribbon. It's from Milwaukee. Ain't that something? That is great. Yeah, Milwaukee, watch out. Hide your Pabst Blue Ribbon beer and cheese. The storm is coming. I love PBR. It's not trash. Take that back. I'm not trying Culver's again. That ship has sailed. That ship has done sailed. I'm just afraid to go down to Texas. I just don't want everybody in my chat from Milwaukee, from beer and cheese land to scream at me. Frozen custard. Y'all got any cheesecake up there in Milwaukee, maybe? Surely, because you guys got good cheese, you got good cheesecake. Dang, I can't believe you guys are really okay. One thing though that Pabst Blue Ribbon is amazing with is that they have the little if you spin off the top on the glass bottles, they have the cards underneath. So that's cool. Beer and brats. Y'all sound a lot like Alabama, minus the cheese or plus cheese. Wisconsin's just Alabama and cheese. And the accent. Milwaukee. Or had a Lone Star? I don't think so. Miller Lite. Really? I'm not a big Miller fan. I like the Paps. All right, we're going down to Texas. Just briefly, don't worry. Wisconsin, we'll be back. Actually, we'll go to we'll start over here with Tyler, Texas, real quick. Yeah, no areas of rotation anymore. Just a severe thunderstorm warning here near White House on New Chapel Hill. 60-mile-per-hour winds are possible. Also got a severe thunderstorm warning with this storm as well near Dodson, Winfield, Atlanta, Ola, Clarks, and Columbia. That's in Louisiana. Lake Providence, Oak Grove, and Forest and Epps are now in a severe thunderstorm warning here in Louisiana. Same thing, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Not really talking too much of a hail threat with this storm, but you can't rule out small hail. And then Lake Village and Eudora, there in Arkansas, now need to be indoors and away from window. Baby, close them doors and... Oh, wait, never mind. I forgot the second... I mean, I know the second half, but I forgot it was a little bit on the risque side. Power's out in Tyler. Uh-oh. That's not good. Well, it shouldn't be that strong. Let me check the power outage map. Oh, yeah. Wait, what counties is Tyler, Texas in? Yeah, we're over here covering Milwaukee. Everybody's getting excited over cheese and beer. In Smith County? Smith. Yeah, 2,000 people without power in Tyler out of 145,000. So not very widespread power outages, but there are some. Looks like that line of winds is now pushing into western Milwaukee, about to be into downtown Milwaukee here in a little bit. So you guys are about to figure out what storm you guys been, worrying about. It's just gonna be rain, I promise. It's not a huge, it's a small storm. Uh-oh, cow alert. We got cows. Baby cows. Moo. Oh, what happened to the camera? There we go. Now this is content. Oh, look, there's what's left of the storm. That's the tornado threat there in the panhandle of Texas, that little puffy cloud. Yeah, cows are like big dogs until they're steak. Then they're not like dogs at all. Hopefully. Most people should agree with that. Am I going to see Twisters? Yes, I'm certainly going to see it. I see every tornado movie, and I enjoy all of them. I'm not a movie critic. And I enjoy like a lot of movies. Like it's funny because I always check Rotten Tomatoes after I watch a movie because like I'll be like, wow, that I really like that movie, even if it's corny or not. I still get like I like the corniness. I don't know, but I always check Rotten Tomatoes, and like half the time the reviews are like 20%, like 1 out of 10. I'm like, no, I liked it, and the critics are like, the plot was terrible. Everything thing about this movie made me want to barf. It's like, oh man, I liked it. It looks like the worst part is over for Tyler. Still some rain and potentially some flooding there. Every character's script was written by a 2-year-old. Yeah, I think I'm gonna love Twisters regardless of like what the overall reviews are, just because it's a tornado movie, and I like all tornado movies, so I'm not really picky. I'm a sucker for a corny plot. Those are not tornado sirens, big country. Those are severe weather sirens that are being sounded off in Tyler. There's no tornado warning in the entirety of the United States right now. Why do they sound sirens? I don't know. To confuse people, so they never know if it's a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm. I think it's stupid, quite frankly. I get why they would do it, but how are they going to make a distinction? Unless the sirens at least sound different for like a tornado warning and for a severe thunderstorm warning, or do they both sound the same? Because, there are some people that do rely on sirens. And if they get overexposed to the siren sound, they won't know whether or not it's tornado, or they'll probably just assume it's a severe thunderstorm warning. Anybody know when this changed? I don't know, Callie. That's a good question. That is a good question. I don't know. You should call your NWS and ask them. They've been testing the sirens. Now that's different. If they're just testing the sirens, then that's different. But if they sounded for every severe warning, that's not good. There are some cities that do issue their tornado sirens for severe weather, but it's usually the higher caliber severe weather. But if it's like for every severe storm, that would not be a smart thing to do. Some mean winds, yeah. Manageable though if you're indoors. Let's go check on Milwaukee before Milwaukee starts getting mad at us again. All right, here comes your little rain shower, Milwaukee. It's coming. It's about to be in downtown near Brewers Hill. Harambe? Talking about Harambe? Is that a street or like I guess a community name? All right. But yeah, you guys need to be indoors still. Again, this is not severe warned. We're not talking about a tornado threat, just a bunch of rain. But a lot of people were coming in asking questions about Milwaukee, so there is a Harambe in Milwaukee. Yes. A new tornado game is coming out soon called Outbreak. Yeah, I saw that. That actually looks fun to play. Like there seems to be like an actual like forecasting aspect to that game. And that might be a game I play like once or twice. I don't play video games often, but I think I might play that one. Because you can like forecast, look at radar, see velocity couplets just like you can in real life. One of the things that I'm afraid of is that oh wow, look at this. You guys weren't lying. It is a little bit windy there. 70-mile-per-hour wind gust. Oh, wait. Reports of a 60 to 70-mile-per-hour wind gust. So that's a guess. Somebody just guessed. So that might not be legitimate. That didn't come from a METAR station. It looks like the line is closing in on Winfield, Winsboro, Lake Providence, and Eudora. Elden Ring, no, I don't play games like that. I don't play games at all, usually. Is there anything going on in Clarksville, Tennessee overnight? No. We did have some pop-up showers in the Tennessee Valley region. I had one pop up over me. A little bit of rain, a little bit of thunder. That was about it. Could get some rain, some more rain after your little round here, but it's just gonna be like a mist. Nothing really to be concerned about. One thing that I am surprised, we haven't really gotten much popcorn storms this year yet. See some big lightning. Well, here's a view from Tyler, Texas. We can come back to it. Forgot about it. Still pretty rainy and windy there, and a lot of lightning. This camera is in Tyler. It's going to be hard to jinx that little rain shower. What are popcorn storms? They're storms that you can eat. Typically I like the buttered flavored popcorn storms. Um, Really good. No, but it's essentially like it's those little like garden variety um thunderstorms that happen during the summer. Sometimes they can drop some hail. Ooh, yeah, garlic storms. Imagine if a storm rained butter though, that would not be fun. Like that would actually be like that would like devastate a city if it rained butter. Like think about it. Like the roads would be all sticky and nasty. It would cover the grass, probably would kill the grass. Everything you touched would be salty. All the insects, like the ants would probably die. Like that would be surprisingly devastating to a city. A butter flood, yeah. But yeah, essentially, during the summer, you get a lot of instability hangs around, and you get any sort of subtle outflow boundary. It fires off storms in an environment with like zero shear, and you see little pop up thunderstorms. They're usually non-severe. Some of them do go severe randomly, but we haven't really gotten too many of those yet this year. I'm really waiting for that season. That's my favorite season in Alabama because you can see those really nice, tall cumulonimbus clouds. Oh, wow. Oops, we'll go back over to this view. Sorry. So it looks like Longview, Kilgore, Henderson, and Jacksonville are now in a severe thunderstorm warning, and they did increase those winds of up to 70 miles per hour. Not sure if how legitimate this storm report is, given the fact that it looks like it was an estimation. If it was an exact measurement of the winds, they wouldn't say reports of 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. But there could still be some 70-mile-per-hour winds in there. Maybe they're really good at estimating. But Longview, Kilgore, Overton, Henderson, and Jacksonville all need to be indoor and away from windows. This storm just got upgraded a teeny tiny bit, but maybe some power outages could be possible and some larger trees. If you live near those larger trees, and just make sure that you're on the first floor of your house, closer to the most interior room of your house. It's happening right now in the Atlanta area. Atlanta what? There's a lot of Atlantas in the United States. I'm guessing you're talking about Georgia, though. What's the radius tornado sirens can be heard? I have no idea. I would assume like half a mile, maybe? Half a mile to a mile? Maybe a little bit further? I don't know. Just depends. The atmosphere can also affect that as well. Tyler here, and it's flooding. Yeah, these are the conditions in Tyler, Texas right now. So still a lot of heavy rain. If you look at that light pole all the way in the distance, you can see the rain kind of moving in front of it. It's kind of in the center of the screen here. Oh wait, one thing I've been wanting to do is bring this back. Hold on. Let me where is the thing? Here, we'll do a copy here. Go back because I don't have a cursor. I can't use a cursor when I'm using this like thing here. So what we're gonna do, Control V. Oh wait, we'll do Control Z. I guess I can only paste the reference. Okay, hopefully this doesn't mess up everything. We can make a face cursor. Whoa. And I can at least control this with my mouse. There we go. So yeah, if you look at this light right above my head, you can see that there is some rain moving across in front of it. And you can kind of get an understanding of just how strong the winds are. And we can do this. It's like the stream, but smaller. Tiny stream. There we go. All right, let's come back over to here. But yeah, we're going to start implementing the head cursor more. Bobblehead. Uh, oh, wow. We got another 70 wind report here. Okay, so this one is ASOS records a wind gust of 70 miles per hour wind. So that is an official reading there. So we certainly could have that potential for some pretty damaging winds here for Longview. Not the worst you can get, but could get some power outages, some increased power outages with 70 mile per hour winds. Yeah, currently in Smith County, we are now up to 5,401 power outages. So they're ticking up a little bit. And that's probably because of those 70 mile per hour winds. It's not gonna knock out the power to the whole city, most likely, but it could cause some issues there. So if you live in Longview, Kilgore, Henderson, just continue to be indoors and away from windows. Let me see if I have any cams in the Longview area. Let me check on that real quick. Maybe we can get a view of this storm again. Longview, Texas, webcam. Let's see. Surely, right? I mean, Longview isn't that small. I don't think. I don't think it's that small. Check Northeast Louisiana. Yeah, we have some marginal severe weather over here. A line of storms is continuing off to the east. Winfield, Winnsboro, Lake Providence is going to be next in line. It's probably going to be a good 10, 15 minutes before those storms come in. And then still for Eudora there in Arkansas, still have a chance for some 60 mile per hour winds. And these will eventually start to move into Mississippi, Greenwood, Grenada, Vicksburg, Indianola, Cleveland, Yazoo City here in Mississippi. Also, got to be paying attention to this line as severe thunderstorm winds will be possible as that pushes off to the east. Pretty minimal threat there so far. Oh yeah, shoot, I'm missing donations. Sorry about that. Thank you, Tessa, for the 10. I appreciate it. And thank you, Jeremy, for the 75. Or I guess that's Bob Ross. Sorry. On Venmo. Thank you guys so much. Those are huge donations, and they do help out the channel a lot, especially now that we're getting into the slow portions of storm season. Those donations are going to go even further. So I do appreciate it. Thank you very much. Any tornadoes trying to form around Ruston or Jonesboro? No. Just some rain up there. That's it. We're not really talking about too much of a tornado threat with these storms. Mainly talking about damaging winds now. We did have some potential tornado threat back here, but that just did not materialize. The storms did not fire. It kind of reminds me, I was going to make a meme out of that because I made a post earlier saying very obvious storm chasing target, and it didn't age well. No, I'm gonna make a Twitter post about it. Um, there we go. Shoot. This is taking longer than expected. Give me a second. Technical difficulties. Ay. I tried to save the file and it didn't work. No, you guys can't see what I'm doing, but I'll put the tweet in the chat when I'm done making it. There we go. Perfect. Uh, Someone said a radar reading Max wannabe. Max wants to be like me. Okay? It's not the other way around. That's crazy because I literally just used a meme of Max when he said that. uh, Forest, Louisiana's getting some wind. Yeah. Yeah, I will say Max started he started the coverage, constant coverage kind of thing a while back. So I definitely was inspired by him to do more coverage. Then he took a break while he was doing college, and it just kind of became my thing. And then now he's back and stronger than ever. I'm really proud of his growth. He's done a great job on YouTube for sure. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, not a whole lot is happening right now. It's just a couple of severe thunderstorms. This one's got some pretty dangerous winds with it, 70-mile-per-hour winds coming into Longview, Henderson, and Jacksonville. Definitely want to be indoors and away from windows. This is what it looks like on the backside of the storm here in Tyler, Texas. Did they turn the camera? Okay, they turned the camera. I thought the lights went out, but I think they turned the camera. Yeah, as you can see on the radar on the bottom left, that rain is picking up into Longview. I wish we could find a camera in Longview, but I haven't been able to find one. Like there's like little time lapses from long view, but
Northwestern
I haven't been able to actually find a camera. I thought it would be pretty easy, but it is not easy. I do not live in Texas. I live in Alabama, Billy Bob. I know Tyler, Texas, parts of Tyler, Texas did lose some power. Oh, wow. Just kidding. Tyler, Texas almost lost all their power. That's insane. What if those winds were a little bit stronger than 70 miles per hour? We now have 59,000 customers without power in Smith County. That's 41% of Smith County is now without power. And that same storm is heading into Longview now, so we're probably going to see those power outages tick up even further. Farmerville. So the only storms here in Louisiana are over here near Winfield, Winnsboro, Lake Providence. After that's going to be Tallulah, Newellton, Sicily Island, St. Joseph, Harrisburg, Jenna, Colfax, and Pollock. If you guys live in those regions, just be weather aware, ready to go indoors, or ready to be indoors as the storm approaches. Pretty marginal, but I would definitely not be outside for it. Heck was that? What is he doing? Tyler's a goofball. I love Tyler. Hey, thank you, Terry Graves, for the 25. Thank you so much. I do greatly appreciate that. Thank you. Still don't have power in Tyler. That's honestly, I was not expecting winds that strong for Tyler, Texas. But it does look like we had a pretty significant wind gusts in there, for sure. With those 70-mile-per-hour wind reports, also got a damage report here. Multiple trees are down in the Tyler, Texas region. Thank you, Dan. I appreciate that. There was a funnel in Milwaukee County 12 minutes ago. Oh, really? That surprises me. I'm guessing it was probably Scud. Let me just check just to make sure we didn't have any sneaky areas of rotation. Yeah, it was probably Scud on the northern side. Not seeing any areas of rotation. Yeah, I'm sorry, not on the northern side, but the eastern side of the storm associated with the shelf cloud. Highly doubt there was an organized funnel with that. It's probably just Scud. Yeah, I'm in a good mood today. Just been really relaxing these past week or so. It's just been nice. Very well rested. Got a lot of energy. Doesn't really seem like that energy is going to really have to go to much other than improving the stream, as you guys have seen. I'm definitely trying to improve like the graphics on the stream a little bit. Been working on that. It was South Milwaukee. Yeah, still not believing it. Just no rotations on those storms. But Scud gets reported as funnels all the time. I'm still the only one that puts an actual tornado graphic on Google Earth. Just wait, Ryan Hall's gonna steal it. Just like he stole my other idea, my little hail idea. It's a good idea. So I'd be honored if someone stole it. It would kind of suck because it's kind of my thing, but it's whatever. He'll probably do it better regardless. Anything predicted to form in central Texas? No. No, these are like literally the only storms. We were gonna have some storms back here, but they just didn't form. And because they didn't form, we're not really talking about too much of a threat really anywhere else. Yeah, this little thing, the falling hail, I made that. And now he does it too. And then he also stole Max's idea. The flying trampoline that he does now. That was Max's thing. He's just kind of stealing everybody's idea. But it's fine. I like it. That means it's a good idea. I don't get mad when people do that kind of stuff. It's a competitive world out there. And you gotta stay with the new ideas to stay competitive, and it makes sense that someone would do that. Yeah, it's a form of flattery. I'm definitely not mad about it. All right, looks like the storm is now entering into Longview. Next after that is going to be Henderson and Jacksonville. Looks like Jacksonville should get the weaker portion of this line. Henderson, though, could still get some pretty gusty winds potentially, because that's kind of the part of the storm that did go through Tyler, Texas there. No one owns them? No, yeah, no one. They're just ideas. I mean, my warning system looks almost exactly like Ryan's, so it's not like anything out of the ordinary. If it's a good idea, it's a good idea. If it's good for communication, it's good for communication. Thank you, Trevor, and Sleeping for subscribing. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. You're a fan of Mark from Weatherman Plus. Oh gosh, that's unfortunate. Let's see. I am not salty about Ryan Hall. I just said he he borrowed my idea. He stole it. So I mean, that's not saltiness. I think stealing is a form of flattery. I'm happy he did it. That means it's a good idea. Thank you for the $2. If I continue to be salty about Ryan Hall, will you continue to donate? Because that can be arranged. I'm just kidding. But let's see. Are we getting any? Yeah. Good news is that this is mainly just wind, and like I'm really not seeing too big of a hail threat with this or any rotations. Yeah, everybody has to, everybody's working together. Ryan Hall attracts a bunch of attention on the big days, which is useful. Max, he attracts a lot of attention on the smaller days. And I'm just kind of here. So, we all kind of have our purpose. Uh-oh. What's Tyler doing? Stormrunner Media. Everybody's ending their streams. Okay, yeah. It makes sense. Nothing happened over there, and there's no point of keeping a stream up if you're chasing this. Those storms went poof. Let's go check back over here with the severe weather here near Winfield. It looks like that storm is entering into Winfield. Alla is next. Winsboro, Wisner, Lake Providence are just about to get impacted with that. And then we got a severe thunderstorm warning extended out here towards Indianola, Moorhead, Inverness, Hollandale, Anguilla, Rolling Fork, Silver City, and Belzoni. All right. You don't have to donate anything because you are getting banned, my friend. And I will not say thank you for that $1.99. I hoped you would have kept it. I should have known by that dude's name. That's crazy. I've never banned someone off of a donation before. That was the first time. Should you be worried in Michigan tomorrow? I think there is a severe weather risk up there. I think it's on the low end. Let me see if it makes it all the way into Michigan. It does not. So no, you don't need to be worried there in Michigan. Could get some rain, maybe some thunderstorms, but that's about it. How bad is Rolling Fork going to get hit? Not too bad. Some power outages could be possible, though. And it's going to be spotty here and there, but depending on your infrastructure in your area, whether you live in Indianola, Moorhead, Inverness, Belzoni, Silver City, Hollandale, Anguilla, and Rolling Fork, you guys do need to be indoors and away from windows. That's why they issue these warnings to make sure you're not outside. And also, it is not impossible for trees to get knocked over in these kind of winds, especially if they're diseased. And it's sometimes hard to tell if those trees are diseased or not. So it's always a good rule of thumb to be in the lowest floor of your house, closer to the more of the interior portion of your house when you're in a severe thunderstorm warning. Any new bad hurricanes predicted this season? Not yet. Not yet. The season's looking interesting. We've already had a couple waves actually come off of the coast of Africa. Let me see if I can get that up. But thank you, Alexander, for the 2, and Dan for the 2. I appreciate that, Dan. Thank you, Soap Dragon, for the 2. Thank you so much. You guys are being very generous right now. Let's go look at the Atlantic Basin, see if we can actually see anything. We'll go long wave. Yeah, so there's been a couple waves. As you can see, they're all kind of like on the southern side here. They've come off, but they're not going to impact us. We got too much shear in unfavorable conditions. Got a lot of Saharan dust over this region right now. So until that clears up, we're probably not going to see too much tropical activity. But I mean, the waters out there are very warm. They're very warm. So once things do start to spin up out there, we could definitely get the potential for a decent amount of hurricanes, also tropical storms, all that kind of stuff is going to be possible. Yeah, hurricane season has begun. Thank you, Michelle, for the 10 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I'm not looking at the GFS tornado tours. We're not doing that. Yeah, no problem, Contessa. Do you need to be worried about Nebraska? You don't necessarily need to be worried, but you certainly need to be weather aware. Here, we'll go over tomorrow's forecast real quick. So we do have a slight risk out here for parts of like Kansas, Missouri, Iowa, going up into Minnesota and parts of Wisconsin. The main threat for that is not going to be tornadoes. There is a small 2% tornado risk over here near Wichita, Emporia, Topeka, Kansas City, Des Moines, and Ames. But the main threat for tomorrow is going to be damaging winds and some hail. And we're not expecting any significant severe weather. Kind of your run-of-the-mill severe weather is going to be possible. So if you live in these areas, make sure you're weather aware. I'll be monitoring it. So, if we get any convincing tornado warnings, I might issue a live stream. But for right now, I'm thinking about taking a break tomorrow. But we'll see. Something happens and it's, looking pretty dangerous to a population. I will certainly consider it. But yeah, I mean, for the most part, tomorrow should be pretty tame. Pretty tame. So that's kind of what we're looking at. Let's we'll put this down and we'll come over here to the models really quick, the HRRR as well. Got the newest 0Z. Thank you. Oh, we got the trolls back. Still donating. Still donating. We'll keep you around until we can ban you again if you're going to keep on donating. I'm just kidding. You're out of here. But thank you for another $2. Keep making new accounts and I guess keep doing that if you want. But I'm going to ban you every time. It's just a waste of money. Dude's literally paying money to get banned. All right, let's see here. Yeah, so there is a small potential for some storms to fire. Again, back over here at around 6 a.m., going down to the Shreveport area again. There's a chance there for that. And then you can see we're going to have kind of a big old line of storms extend all the way from Minnesota all the way down into like near Iowa, parts of Kansas, Missouri as well. Thank you, Spicy Mike, for the 5. He says, I better be live. I live in that area. Just for that, I'm not going live tomorrow. I was just kidding. But yeah, you can see big old line of storms kind of starts to form right around 3 p.m., 4 p.m., 5 p.m. We've got that line moving through like St. Cloud, central there of Iowa, starting to enter into Missouri by 8 p.m. Parts of Kansas City there needs to be watching out for storms. And after that, the line starts to weaken, but still could have some severe storms in like northern Missouri, parts of Illinois. Yeah, that's what tomorrow's looking like. So be weather aware. We're not expecting anything too crazy, but things get out of hand, go live. I ain't got nothing better to do. Will you unban if I promise to behave? Nope. You're making accounts quite quickly. That is impressive. Yeah, no one put birthday cakes in chat for Buster. There's certainly some severe weather out here. I mean, we're not expecting too much of a tornado risk with these storms, but I mean, we've got severe thunderstorms entering into Mississippi here in a little bit, but we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Sicily Island, Clayton, Faraday, Tallulah. Also got another severe thunderstorm here with 60-mile-per-hour winds going towards Indianola, Inverness, Moorhead, Belzoni, Silver City, and Anguilla. You know what? Let's get a cam view on one of these storms. Why not? Well, we can't get any cam views in Texas because Texas's traffic cams are piddly diddly. But Louisiana's got a lot of views. A lot of views for us. So let's go ahead and bring up a cam in Louisiana. Is there any near Winnsboro? Oh, man. Are you kidding me? Oh, wait. And the camera's up? They are up. There's none. What about Mississippi? Surely we can find some in Mississippi. There we go. There's a couple traffic cams over there. Near like, so we want to get close to Rolling Fork. Ah. What about Vicksburg? Vicksburg still got a little bit. Looks like we're going to have to wait for the storms to get to Vicksburg to see anything. Got a view of a bridge. Hey, there's some lightning back there. But yeah, that's this storm here approaching Vicksburg. And again, really not expecting anything too crazy with this line. Just make sure you're indoors and away from windows, and you'll be perfectly fine from this. But Tallulah, Vicksburg, Indianola, Moorhead, Inverness, Belzoni, Silver City, Anguilla, and Rolling Fork. And now got a new severe thunderstorm warning here for Cary, Sitartia. All need to be indoors and away from windows too. Let's go check back in with this storm. Still with 70-mile-per-hour wind potential. Now about to head into Easton, Texas, and Hallsville, Texas. And if this thing continues to be this strong, they'll probably extend the warning for like Marshall, Beckville, and Carthage. We haven't gotten a new 70-mile-per-hour wind report, so they might downgrade it to 60. We'll have to see. I'll bring that camera up under me so we can see the lightning. Do I report on snowstorms? I do forecast, but I've never had a good winter storm stream because everybody's watching Storm Chasers. Like I've never had one that's been worth like being able, because like I would have to pay I would have to have Storm Chasers. And I never make enough to pay Storm Chasers during those live streams, so it'd just be like a hole in my pocket. I've never had a good winter stream. Never. So I've kind of gone away from covering winter storms. I always try. I always try each year, but it's usually the same thing. Because the thing is, what happens is it's just like, hey, there's snow coming, and that's literally all I can say. It's like, hey, there's the snow and it's coming. So it's just never been something that has been, I guess people like seeing in general, because people don't tune in for like radar coverage. They want to see a storm chaser. They want to see what the snow actually looks like, which I get. I mean, it's boring from my perspective too, covering winter, because it's like it's not like there's a storm coming. It's just, it's like, here's the snow and it's slowly moving towards you. Get ready. Oh, it's snowing. Look, here's a webcam in the area. It's snowing. And it's not like, because it's not like one of those things that you can't go out and see yourself. So you don't really need to know. You can just go outside and see. He's like, oh, yep, he's right. It's snowing. Yeah, hurricane season is the next thing we're going to be focused on this channel. Definitely going to start to gear up for that. Hopefully we don't need to cover too many storms, but there's going to be a lot of fact checking. So that's something that I do a lot, because people kind of go a little, like, there are most like people like Ryan and Max and me. We all do a pretty good job when it comes to hurricane forecasting, but there's a lot of other channels out there that just spew misinformation during hurricane season. It's really bad. Like there'll be a wave just coming off of Africa, and they'll put like a hurricane symbol here, and then they'll point it at Florida. And like the storm's like 2 weeks away. Then everybody in Florida clicks on the video, freaking out. And then when you watch the video, they're like, you really can't tell anything past 7 days. It's like, bro, you just made a thumbnail pointing an arrow at Florida. The storm's 2 weeks away. If you can't tell anything past 7 days, why'd you make the thumbnail? No, Ryan doesn't do that. He waits till the storm gets close, like everybody else that knows what they're talking about. Yeah, we'll be fact checking. Yeah, the Cat 6 TikTok girl. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's gonna happen. So if you live anywhere in the Gulf Coast, especially Florida. I don't know what it is about Florida and those clickbaiters, but I feel bad for you guys in Florida because you guys are the center of that clickbait. It's always an arrow pointing at Florida. It's like it'll be like an arrow like that, and it'll be like, "Will you die?" But then they always put a question mark. Question mark? Hurricane hypes. Yeah, it's bad. No, Weatherman Plus is the worst at that, Mark. I'm sorry. Weatherman Plus is the worst offender of that. Weatherman Plus, there's like some dude named like Path Predictor. You got David Schlotthauer. They're all are very famous for their hurricane hype bull crap. Yeah, AT&T is probably going to be down in Tyler because a lot of people are without power in Tyler, Texas. We've got now it's still ticking up a little bit. We have 65,000 people without power here in Smith County, and that's 45% of the county is without power, and that's the county that Tyler, Texas is in. And that's probably ticking up because the reports are still trickling in. Yeah, you guys got to watch out for the clickbaiters. They're coming. Thank you, Jaleesa, for the 99 cents. That is crazy. You guys got to really pay attention to those Weatherman Plus thumbnails if you're a fan of him. He's literally put hurricanes in Canada before. So if you're a fan of Weatherman Plus, I don't know. I'm not going to say anything about you. I'm more focused on him because he keeps on baiting you to click on his videos with bullcrap. But, I mean, he's literally put a hurricane in Canada before. And no, it was not because a hurricane was hitting Canada. The old Canadian Cat 5. It's like strong winds. Yeah, some of these storms do have some stronger winds. Yeah, it looks like they did extend this severe thunderstorm warning now, still with 70-mile-per-hour winds. That's going to be for Timpson, Tanaha, Mount Enterprise, Carthage, Beckville, Marshall, and Greenwood. Guys need to be indoors and away from windows. Great British Columbia Category 7, right? Yeah, he is nuts. There's a lot of people on YouTube that do not have your best interests at mind. But I can assure you that like people like Ryan or Max or me or even Nate Snyder, if he ever gets back to making videos and live streams again, they care about your safety. They care about your anxiety levels. So, they're all good areas to get information. Hey, Doug. Well, Lee did hit Canada, yeah, but that wasn't during that. That happened over here. I'm telling you, he put a hurricane up here in this region. Yeah, Nate Snyder's got he's good at what he does. He gets a little distracted sometimes, but he's smart. He's a smart dude. And he cares. He really does care about how he does his weather communication. He really tries to put a focus, just like me, on keeping anxiety down. And I really do appreciate about him on that aspect there. What do you hear that was? Yeah, everybody in Canada, everybody in Canada remembers that hurricane. It was it was a doozy. The hockey boy, yeah, he loves hockey. Yeah, he was one of the first ones to do it. I think Nate's was doing YouTube before even Ryan was. Do a category 6 thumbnail. I don't think we're gonna be doing that. All right, let's give an update on these severe storms over here in Mississippi. So yeah, it looks like we're still talking 60-mile-per-hour winds here coming towards Pollock and Jenna. Also for Sicily Island and Harrisonburg, you're next in line there. Tallulah, there in Louisiana. We got 60-mile-per-hour winds on the northern side here. About to head into Cary and Brunswick, Rolling Fork, Anguilla, Inverness, and Indianola. You guys are next in line for that. And this is the view of the storm. Oops. By the way, if we can still see it. Looks like the camera froze. Hold on. So refresh it. Do we have a west-facing view? That's terrible. Yeah, our north-facing view is our best view here. Yeah, you can just see it on the other side of the bridge, the base of this cloud. Lake Providence? Okay, I'll check that out. You're at Vicksburg? Well, you probably recognize this bridge then. Let me check out Lake Providence. Yeah, that's an interesting signal. Let me check it up in the higher elevations here. Check the storm relative. Yeah, okay. Maybe a little something something there. Let's check that rotation though in higher. Yeah, it doesn't really exist anywhere higher, so I'm thinking it's more of contamination there. Thank you, Callie, for the 10. Thank you so much. Other than the heavy winds blowing broken branches right into your window. Thank you for helping me and my family stay calm. And Tyler, a nader did touch down in Lindsay Park for a few. Interesting. Apparently, there might have been a tornado there near Tyler, Texas. We'll check up on that report later on, but I do appreciate that report. Hopefully, we're indoors and away from windows, Callie. But yeah, that's what we try to do here. We try to keep you calm in the face of dangerous weather. Yeah, people are saying it. That's the second report. Potential tornado in Tyler. We couldn't see it on radar because it was the radar imagery was super messy. Let me see if I can get any more information on that. That's the second time somebody has said something about that. So now I'm thinking it's potentially a little bit more of a possibility here. Oh wow, there's a sinkhole in Smith County. Did y'all know about this? Sinkhole? That's a big old sinkhole. That was reported about 5 hours ago. Yeah, I'm not seeing any official reports of a tornado yet in Tyler, Texas. Do you know who's reporting that a tornado happened there? Yeah, that's the old Vicksburg Bridge. Yeah, that's not the new one. That's for sure. And this thing keeps freezing. Every time I look away or go to that other scene, it seems to be freezing. Yeah, it's most likely straight line winds. If we're just getting reports of like trees down and power outages, that's most likely just straight line winds. Because again, we did get 70-mile-per-hour wind reports there. But if we actually have like video proof of a tornado, or or if there's like trees down in a swirly pattern, then we'll be able to confirm it probably tomorrow when the NWS goes out there. You live in Tyler, have 3 huge trees down your backyard. We're close to Lindsay Park. Okay. All right. Yeah. I mean, I'm definitely not doubting y'all's experience. I just don't know. We don't have any official reports yet, but we'll keep an eye out for news. But yeah, Tyler, Texas was hit by a tornado a while ago, about a couple weeks ago. All right, let's check back in on these storms here. Looks like we're still getting this surge down to the south and east. Timpson to Nahum, Wascom, Greenwood, and Scottsville still need to be indoors and away from windows. Still could potentially have 70-mile-per-hour winds in the storm. Again, we already have 60,000 people without power. You guys that are that I just called out might get added to those numbers. So again, power outages could be possible. We have reports of trees down in Tyler, Texas. Looks like we have some reports coming out of Henderson, Texas, too. Yeah, numerous trees and power lines across town. Down in Henderson, 75-mile-per-hour wind report there. So this is a pretty decent storm here with its winds. So again, if you live near big trees, please be indoors, away from windows, closer to the more interior portion of your house and on the lowest floor, because this thing is packing some pretty serious winds. I mean, 75 miles per hour, that's hurricane force winds there. Thankfully, we're not getting those kind of reports out of these storms. We did, though, have a report near Monroe, Louisiana, with several trees down near Swartz. And these storms are officially pushing into Mississippi, now going into Indianola, Belzoni, Moorhead, Silver City, Sataria there, and then Delta, New Welton, Clayton, Faraday, Sicily Island, Harrisonburg, Jenna are all pretty much about 5 to 10 minutes away from getting impacted by your portion of the line. Again, all of these are warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds right now, but you can't rule out power outages with that. How long will this storm? Well, the storm is pretty much over in Tyler in terms of like the strongest winds, but you still have some like storms on the backside here that will still continue to cause rain. We also have flood reports, multiple reports of houses flooded on Tower Road east of Loop 323 in Tyler. So there's also a decent amount of flooding, which is why we got all these flood warnings here for Ruston, Monroe, Farmerville, Minden, Shreveport, Marshall, Longview, Jacksonville, Tyler, Kaufman, Terrell. So definitely be weather aware as these storms continue through. Again, they're not the ones though in Louisiana and Mississippi. They're not as powerful, but I would still definitely be indoors for those ones too. Send me a video you saw on X to me. Okay, thank you for that, and also thank you for the $2, Callie. I do appreciate that. Let me check that out. I just saw a funny comment on one of my posts. Let's see here. I'm not seeing the video on X. Hasn't come in yet. Sometimes it takes a while if you're a new user. The Jackson radar could be very contaminated. due to just a lot of like usually when you have storms like this with pretty big shelf clouds, you can get more contamination. But you can kind of see through contamination when you look a little bit higher up into the storm. If you have rotation going up all the way to the top, you can usually assume that even if it looks contaminated, the rotation is a little bit more legit. But yeah, you can see going up higher into the storm, there's really nothing. Except for maybe here. I am noticing that this little area is starting to show up that rotation and in the higher portions of the atmosphere. But now that we've got a cleaner scan a little bit closer to the surface, you can see there's not really that much rotation with that storm yet. I really don't think the tornado threat's too high with these, but sometimes with these QLCS lines, they can surprise you with little spin ups. But so far, so good. Nothing overly concerning yet. Yeah, looks like this line is just about to push into Carthage, Texas. Just about to push in. No areas of rotation along that portion of the line, though. South Africa, yeah, saw that. Downtown Jackson, really? What other things we got here? Yeah, we got a lot of cams around the Jacksonville area, or the Jackson area, sorry, in Mississippi. Isn't Natchez near Vicksburg? Where's Natchez, Mississippi? Natchez, Mississippi. Yeah, it's near Vicksburg. Let's use this camera if it's live. Yeah, we got a better camera here, not a traffic camera anymore. Oh, there's a train going over that railway thing. We missed the train, but we should still be able to see it from this webcam here. Maybe not. This is in Natchez, Mississippi. Might not be facing the right way. Not seeing as much lightning on this camera here. So many trolls tonight? Yeah. I'm the only guy alive, so if the trolls want to pile on to anybody, they're going to come pile on to us. There's no lightning on this. I guess it's because it's a little bit further to the south than Vicksburg. Eventually, we'll be able to see it. So we'll come back over. We'll keep this one in the background here. And if we need it in the future, we'll come back to that one. But I want to keep that Vicksburg camera here. Hopefully there's still a train there. Yep, still got train. Let's go. Look, it's all your Amazon packages. All the coal you guys have ordered is on its way. Got Amazon packages in there. You got your there's probably some cheese from Wisconsin coming in. Link to Riverwalk. Riverwalk. Oh yeah, Riverwalk's in Vicksburg. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. All right, we like the train. I get it. I get it. I get it. But hear me out. High definition cam. and lightning and the storm. Oops. I'm surprised I didn't see this. Good catch. Good catch. Who said that in chat? Yeah, there's all your cheese curds. So that was Stephanie. Everybody put hearts in the chat for Stephanie for having a good eye. Look at this. Much better view. This is in Vicksburg. Yeah, you can see the storm on the left side. Downtown Jacksonburg, they got no storms right now. We'll check it out when need be. Let's come back over here and check in on these storms. Over here in Texas, south of Longview to the east of Longview. Yeah, it looks like Timpson is almost in the path of these storms here. Carthage just got a storm. A little interesting. This thing looks like it has a hook here, but on the velocities, not really seeing anything overly concerning there near Carthage. Keep an eye on it, though. Might be trying to form an inflow there. Wascom and Greenwood are also after that. And this line's going to go into Louisiana. It's going to stop being such a problem there for Texas. Over here in Louisiana, so we still got Colfax and Pollock and Jenna next in line for this storm. We got Harrisonburg, Sicily Island now just about to get into the line, and New Welton as well. And then Vicksburg in Mississippi is going to be next in line for that portion of the storm, which we will see live on camera here. Also got Eagle Bend, Redwood, about to get impacted by this line, and then also Silver City, Belzona, and Inverness, Indianola here in eastern Mississippi, about to get impacted there. It's a pretty big line. Thankfully, not a whole lot of dangerous severe weather in it right now. You're not doing well. Sorry to hear that, Blondie. Hope you feel better. Everybody put hearts in the chat for Blondie so she feels better. Uh-oh, what's going on with our camera? Don't do this to us. We'll do a refresh. Hopefully that works. Yeah, it seemed to have worked there. Trying to get it go full screen. Hold on. There we go. We're back. No, I don't. Oh, camera's freezing again. Darn it. Oh. Yeah, this camera's struggling, unfortunately. We'll come back to it once it starts to get a little bit better service. But yeah, I mean, it's not AccuWeather's fault. I mean, this one is a hard one to get right. But I mean, the SPC did have you guys in the risk for today. A little slight risk over there for parts of Mississippi. So the SPC was right. That camera down there near the Riverwalk is really struggling. No, it's not a derecho. Yeah, they're moving pretty quick. Moving pretty quick. The atmosphere is getting a little capped out, but they're still moving pretty quick, moving east at 40 miles per hour. CS Carter, thank you for tuning in. Thank you, thank you. All right, let's come back over to this storm here. What do we got going on? Yes, okay. Yeah, that hook is just a scary looking radar image. It's not actually anything though. But Wascom, Greenwood, Tanaha, and Timpson still need to be indoors and away from windows. Lightning might be messing with it. I don't think so. I think it's just the connection is a little bit bad. You can see it's really struggling. Let me just double check there's not any other cameras that we can look at here that are in the area. Raymond. I mean, there's Natchez. We can always go to Natchez, I guess. Yeah, this is the only one in Vicksburg, though. So, I mean, we'll definitely get a view of the shelf cloud, so there is that. This dang camera is just... It is not behaving and trying to go full screen. There we go. Huh. It seems like when I full screen it, it gets a lot choppier. Hold on. Does it still do that when I'm not full screened? Okay, it's choppy. It's choppy either way. Okay. Sorry. There's a shelf cloud on the left side. You can see it quite clearly now, as that storm is pushing into Vicksburg, Mississippi here. We can watch it in stop motion, no need for 4K. I mean, it comes in every now and then with some nice lightning. The Natchez cam is looking west. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so we will be able to see this storm once it comes into Natchez there in Mississippi. Thank you, Tracy, for the 4.99s. They say thank you for the long view coverage. Yeah, no problem. Hopefully you guys are all good over there. That rain is clearing out. Still a stronger storm here, though. 70-mile-per-hour winds could still be possible. Just went through Carthage. Timpson, Greenwood need to be still indoors and away from windows. And thank you, Dogman, for becoming a member for 1 month. Thank you so much. Holy crap, that's an EF5 membership. Thank you. That's huge. So thank you, Dogman, for becoming an EF5 member. That is literally the meme tier. And for people that want to do high dollar monthly support. So thank you so much. That's a huge, huge help out to the channel. I do want to check this line just to make sure. Yeah, I still don't have any areas of concerning rotation here. We're still mainly talking about damaging winds right now. Oh my goodness. Look at this. Look at that shelf cloud. Thing is a beast. That is a really bright light. Hey. What the heck is that light? Did a star just explode on the Mississippi River? What is that? Oh, it's a boat. That is an extremely bright light. Guys, don't do it. Don't go into the light. Don't go into the light. Golly, look at that shelf cloud, though. That's a nice shelf cloud. Hopefully, we can get a high definition view of that with the Natchez camera. But wow, Aliens. It's aliens. No. Not aliens. Jeez Louise. I mean, we had the shelf cloud literally for like a minute. This storm's kind of booking it a little bit. All right. Oh, you can see the rain behind it too coming in. So yeah, this is a camera here in Vicksburg, so watch out. Your severe weather is just about to come in. ET phone home. All right, let's go to Natchez. Hopefully, we can get a lot more of a higher definition view from Natchez. Apparently, it's facing to the west. Oh, come on. Get full screen for me. There we go. Uh, Not even seeing lightning yet. I guess it's not quite there yet. Yeah, that part of the storm is now moving into Vicksburg here in Mississippi. Continue to be indoors and away from windows. Again, we're not talking about, big time bad weather here. We're just talking about severe thunderstorm threat. This stream actually wasn't even supposed to be for this storm here. We were mainly focused over here. But as you can see, the storms did not fire. We got a tornado warning over here east of Dallas. We got a tornado warning in Wisconsin and another one in South Dakota, believe it or not. But all of those have been allowed to expire. And, this really shouldn't be too much of a tornado threat. But this storm over here definitely surprised me. I mean, these 70-mile-per-hour winds have knocked out quite a few people's power. How are the storms in Wisconsin? They're still kind of going a little bit, I think, yeah. Over here near Beaver Dam, still got some storms ongoing. Just mainly some rain and wind. Definitely not expecting a tornado threat out of these guys. Maybe a little bit of a severe threat, but most likely just heavier rain, lightning, maybe some small hail. Heading towards like Belgium and Port Washington, there north of Madison, Wisconsin. Yeah, I'm afraid to use Earth Cam. Got a damage report in Carthage. Yeah, multiple trees down in the area west of Carthage. So yeah, it looks like those damaging winds are continuing to knock down trees and take out power. Let's go check the latest power outage reports. Yeah, not too bad. No big uptick. I mean, it's bad, but it's no big uptick. But we're still sitting around 68,000 customers without power in Smith County. Let's see the next county over, Rusk County. I think that's where Carthage is. We have 9,000 people, 32% or 39% without power in Rusk County. And then in Panola County, we now have 2,000 people without power, or 16%. So yeah, a decent amount of power outages still, actually, all along where this storm is going. Here in Texas, about to push into Louisiana and head pretty close to the Shreveport area. We'll do a broad view here like this. Carthage, sorry. I don't know why I say Carthage. I feel like there's a Carthage somewhere that I'm used to saying. Hold on. Carthage. Or am I just stupid? No, they're all Carthage. Okay. Well, fair enough. Carthage, yes. Is there a Carthage in Missouri? Please tell me. No, it's Carthage. It's not Carthage. The Carthage does not exist except for in my head. It's not good. I need to get my noodle checked out by the doctor. Got a noodle brain. Hello, hello, welcome. Thank you for tuning in, Texas lady. North of Joplin. Yeah, yeah. North of Joplin, there's a Carthage, not a Carthage. Does not exist. Jazzy, what you doing? Jackson, Mississippi storm. Not yet. It's getting there though. It is almost to Jackson. Which we might switch to Jackson's cameras here because this was just not getting any lightning. I don't think this part of the storm is as active in Natchez. So we're gonna switch to Jackson here with our camera. Ooh, there's some lightning off in the distance. So this is facing the right way. We should be able to see that shelf cloud again with this camera eventually. But yeah, eventually could get some 60-mile-per-hour winds in Jackson, Mississippi. Oh, wow. So they're still extending this part of the storm here for 70-mile-per-hour winds. And we got also some flooding reports out of Shreveport. 4 vehicles stalled with water rescues ongoing. Wow, that's serious flooding there in parts of Shreveport. And unfortunately, you guys got more rain and now 70-mile-per-hour winds coming your way. So power outages are going to be a little bit more likely with this round of storms for Shreveport. So make sure that you are indoors and away from windows. And if you live near big trees, lowest floor, and closer to the interior portion of your house. And the people that are in this new warning. Oh, we have a camera in Logansport. Is Logansport, Tanaha, Center, Huxley, Converse, Mansfield, Ringgold, and Shreveport. Let me get that camera up in Logansport. See if we can get an eye on these winds. Put that here. Remind, we had a camera in Logansport, but it is down. That might have been knocked out from the last few storms that came through. There's a Carthage, Missouri? Really? No, there's not. It's Carthage. It's Carthage. 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 I think it's Carthage. Yeah, Carthage. Yeah, if you're driving in Logansport, I would find a place to pull over, like a little some area to pull over at least. You'll be okay in your car. Just make sure you're not pulling over near like power lines or trees. I certainly wouldn't drive in that though. Visibility will drop, making it hard to navigate without getting in a wreck. We just lost power. Yeah, we're getting a lot of reports of power outages here associated with this storm. It's been bringing 70 to 75 mile per hour winds. In Henderson, Texas, we actually had a report of hurricane force winds in Henderson. And that's going to be continuing into Shreveport Logansport, Mansfield, Converse, and Noble. Let me see what other cams are on that one website. Hold on. So we got I-49, Texarkana, Toledo Bend. Where's the Toledo Bend? I think those are all in, most of those are in Arkansas, I think. Oh, you guys pronounce Carthage in Missouri, Carthage? Is that right? If that's true, then I rest my case. Case closed. Guilty? Yes. Guilty of being right. Toledo Bend is west of Logansport? Really? How far west? Toledo. How do you spell Toledo? Shoot. Tosquito, Toledo. Yeah, well, I'm not seeing any lightning activity on it. So, on Toledo Bend. Northeast of Tenia. Oh. Yeah, I think it's probably in the back side of the storm then. I want to find one that's like out in front. I mean, we could technically do a traffic cam if needed. Oh, this little part of the storm's looking interesting again. Yeah, a little bit of rotation is starting to form here south of Centennial. Not strong rotation, but given the fact that we got a little notch there, probably need to keep an eye on that. We do have a lot of traffic cams in Louisiana. Since we have no storm chasers, we'll just take over our storm chaser feeds here with traffic cams. We'll at least we'll try to find a good traffic cam. There's hopefully along 74 here. Or 49. Are you kidding me? None in 49? That's where the strongest part of the storm is. Might be some stronger winds there in Shreveport. Maybe on like the southern side. We can find a decent cam there. Yeah, we're not going to be able to see the winds with that one. It needs to be like a well-lit area. This one might be okay. It's a little bit further north than I would prefer, though. Yeah, we're not going to be able to see anything with this camera either. Needs to be like really well lit. This one we'll probably be able to see some winds. So we'll keep that one up there. This is the view from Jackson, Mississippi. We have this portion of the line coming through. Little areas of some rotation trying to form here. Not strong. But there's also some kinks starting to form in that line as well. Would be odd if we start getting tornado warnings with this storm. So like, okay, so with like the Shreveport area, the thing is that like the strongest portion of the storm is going to be down here. Still could get some 70-mile-per-hour winds up here on the northern side. It's just going to be few and far in between, but it is still possible. So like Shreveport area definitely needs to be indoors and away from windows. But the main area that I'm watching is this surging gust front here. for the strongest winds, and that's going to be going towards Mansfield here in a little bit. And you can see that's where all of our damage reports and 70-mile-per-hour wind reports are coming from, is from this little Boeing part of the line segment. Haven't seen too many high wind reports or damage reports from Longview or Marshall, but we are getting reports that power is out in some of those areas. So that's kind of what we are, dealing with. Yeah, a lot of trees and power poles. So we could get that all along this line, but the highest reports of wind have been coming from this area here. Check on that little area of rotation again. Okay. Yeah, it was very brief, and honestly, it wasn't really too concerning. Yeah, there's still a little bit of rotation in there, just still on the weak side. Did it stop storming in the Cheese State? Not yet. There's still a couple storms up there, just not talking about severe weather anymore. But I wouldn't completely rule it out with these back storms on the backside, but they should stay mainly rain showers. Those are my thoughts. By the way, guys, if you haven't liked the stream or subscribed yet, please consider it. We do live coverage like this all the time in the United States. So no matter if you live in Texas, Louisiana, or Mississippi, we got your back. So if you want more coverage like that, hit the subscribe button. And also consider hitting the like button if we've been doing good so far. Let's see here. No storms there. Yeah. I had a little storm today. It was nice. It was a nice storm. I think Jackson will get warned next. Yes. Still think there's a severe threat with this. You'd either go through Jackson, kind of like this, or it'll be just in front of Jackson. But I have a feeling they're going to put all of Jackson in the next severe warning. Thank you, Rage on a Stick, Dr. Device, and Donna for subscribing. Thank you so much. Future models are indicating a severe risk. Let's see if it's still showing up on the future radar. Yeah, developing over here east of Oklahoma City, and then pushing down to the south and east in the early morning hours. And that will eventually try to make it into Louisiana. But it shouldn't be nearly as strong. It's kind of do the same thing that this storm is doing. It looks pretty similar, except it's starting in a different area. But yeah, that could eventually make it into Mississippi with a little bit of a severe threat there as well. Should be pretty marginal at that point, though. Kind of what we're dealing with now. As little areas of subtle rotation are now gone again, so that's good. Again, not really expecting a tornado threat with that. This one might surprise us just because it's got some stronger winds, but so far so good. So just talking 70-mile-per-hour winds with this storm, which are still pretty intense. So I would continue to be indoors and away from windows here south of Shreveport, Louisiana. Yeah, this storm will eventually make it into Jackson. We haven't had too many damage reports recently from this storm, so I don't think it's going to be too big of an issue for the Jackson area. But it will be loud. There's a Raymond, Mississippi. Okay. That one's a black and white camera, though. If a cool shelf cloud pops up on it, though, we'll switch to it. Well, it should pop up. Here, we'll put this Raymond cam just in case. So there's that one's there. This is in Shreveport. Looks like things are still a little bit manageable there in Shreveport. Okay, yeah, we'll put this Raymond camera here. I make a mistake. Should we be looking at the WLB? Why isn't this letting me scroll? Whatever. Annoying. Hey, thank you, old Kennedy, for the 5. Grand Cane next. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Thank you very much for your donation, but I have no idea what Grand Cane means. So this is a little bit further west of Jackson here. So it's a little bit black and white, but we should be able to see the shelf clouds still, eventually. This one's in Shreveport, and this one is in Jackson, Mississippi. Facing towards the storm, still waiting for it. There you go. Severe thunderstorm warning issued for Jackson. 60-mile-per-hour winds are possible there. And there for Canton, Mississippi as well. So it's time to be indoors and away from windows. It's on the Connor view again. Oh, yeah. Oh, Grand Cane, Louisiana. All right, let me check that out. Grand Cane, Louisiana. Yes. So yeah, Grand Cane, Louisiana is pretty much directly in the path of what has been reported as the most damaging part of this storm. So yeah, I would definitely be indoors and away from windows. If you guys do get some trees down, which is possible, you're going to want to be on the lowest floor, closer to the interior portion of your house as this comes through. You guys probably got at least 5 minutes before the storms come through. And I'd be taking those precautions now. After Grand Cane's going to be Mansfield, Huxley, Converse, Pleasant Hill. You guys are all next in line for the 70-mile-per-hour winds here. Yeah, no problem, Olin. Hey, Chazzy, what's the matter? You getting hungry? Can you wait 15 more minutes? Or do you want to get it fed now? All right, let me go feed my dog real quick. Give me just like 1 or 2 minutes. Thank you for being patient. I appreciate it. Went to feed my dog, and so hopefully you guys understand. Good evening from Alaska. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully we never have to do weather coverage in Alaska. All right. So yeah, the storm is slowly, but surely approaching Jackson, Mississippi, Canton. Again, marginal severe weather right now. Lexington also is next in line with this northern portion of the line. A little bit further to south is Port Gibson and Fayette. With this portion of the line here, like those damaging winds might be getting a little bit calmer. It does look like the storm's losing a little bit of its intensity here. Still probably the most damaging winds are on the southern side of this. If we have anybody in Shreveport, please report. Please report what you guys are seeing, as that will be helpful for the folks down the line. But yeah, Mansfield, you're just about to get impacted, and same thing with Grand Cane. Please continue to be indoors and well away from those windows. The storm could have 70-mile-per-hour winds. Also, we just got an extension of this severe thunderstorm warning down for Vidalia, Roxy, and Bud. Or Bude in Mississippi. Life-threatening flood warning. Yeah. We've already had reports here of cars, water rescues. Yeah. 4 vehicles stalled with water rescues ongoing in southwestern Shreveport. So definitely a dangerous situation developing there in Shreveport with the floods. You know, that's what we should be trying to find. Is any views of that flooding? We're looking for sirens or police lights. I'm probably not going to be flooding on the raised roads. What was that? Hold on. There. Nothing there. Nothing there. There's a lot of road closures, though, around this camera. Looks like there's construction going on there, though. There should be, yeah. I don't think we're going to be able to find anything. I just checked it all. But yeah, please be very flood aware there in Shreveport, please. I would advise not driving around. Please, if you see some floodwaters, turn around. Do not drown, as it could be quite dangerous. Check out this camera. That should be a little bit closer. Are we getting a shelf cloud yet? Not quite. Here's the view from Jackson, Mississippi. Still got some lightning in the background there, but that's about all I'm seeing. Hopefully we can get a nice shelf cloud from here. And we got a freaking helicopter flying back there. What the heck? Land your helicopter. That might be a news helicopter though. Check my DMs. The line currently affecting Mississippi started in Colorado. Yep, there's Colorado. Went through Kansas. Then I went through Oklahoma. Yeah. Wow. There you go. You guys want to blame anybody for this storm? It's Colorado. Thank you for sending that in, Help. That was really cool. They just extended this warning here for Hazelhurst, Mississippi now. Crystal Spring, Weston, and Georgetown need to be indoors and away from windows. 60-mile-per-hour winds could be possible with those storms. Thank you, Jerry and Storm James, for subscribing. I appreciate that. It is derecho-like, but yeah, I don't think it was strong enough winds, though. Yeah, if it was strong enough, for sure, yeah. Thankfully, it was not. I cannot see many lightning. Yeah, the lightning seems to be kind of dying down with these storms. I wonder if the severity is lowering a bit, but we'll be able to see here in a moment. I mean, we got a camera right here in Jackson, so. But yeah, there's not as much lightning as there was earlier. But there's still some flashes back in there. 58 miles per hour with widespread damage reports is the minimum for a derecho. And I think it has to be, let me just double check, like 260 miles. Oh, wait, no. 400 miles. It has to be at least 60 miles wide. At least that's what that. I've seen things say 200 and like 200 something miles before. Yeah, different sources say different things. I don't know what the this source. This is from the NOAA website, and it says a damage path of 240 miles long, which is what I thought it was. I don't know. There's some websites that are saying, but this is from the NOAA, so I trust this one more. So yeah, 240 miles long at the very least. Yeah, probably in about 20 minutes, these storms are going to be in Jackson. Thankfully, no dangerous areas of rotation here with this storm, but 60-mile-per-hour winds are about to head into the city. We are getting widespread damage reports. We got trees down from this storm is definitely possible. Several trees were blown down. Power outages have been reported as well with some of these storms. So that is still certainly possible going down in the future. Another report here near Rayville, Louisiana. We had a report here in Mississippi. A tree was blown down across Highway 1. So if you live in the path of this, just make sure that you are indoors, away from windows. And as long as you do that, you will survive this storm. But, definitely watch out, especially if you live near bigger trees. Camera in Jackson faces north, northeast. What? Are you sure about that? We've been seeing lightning. No, guys, we've been seeing lightning with this. This has got to be facing to the west. I've been wrong before. Heading towards Alabama. I don't think it's going to make it to Alabama. This is definitely not facing east, guys. We wouldn't be able to see any lightning if it was facing east. And we're seeing lightning back in there. So we're definitely facing like close to west. We'll know when the storm gets closer for sure. Trees down in Vicksburg. Okay, thank you for the on-ground report. So yeah, this thing is knocking some trees down. So just make sure you're indoors and away from windows, and you have a very high chance of survival here. We got a damage to a Chase Bank. Where is that at? It's west-southwest. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Stefan, Peter, and Matthew, and Saints fan for subscribing. Thank you. Yeah, it looks like Mansfield is now getting this storm that has the potential here still for 70 miles per hour winds. After that's going to be Converse and Pleasant Hill. The northern part of this line should be more tame, but Ringgold, I still want you indoors and away from windows. Yeah, this is a camera in Jackson. Let me get this labeled here, just so I don't have to keep reiterating it. And we're facing towards the storm. Not a whole lot of lightning with this storm anymore, though. But the city lights should illuminate the shelf cloud, which is what I'm looking forward to the most, and also seeing, hopefully, how strong the winds are with this storm. It should be around 60-mile-per-hour winds. Severe thunderstorm watch has been issued for parts of Oklahoma until 5 p.m. or 5 a.m. Sorry. Let me see if I can get that a graphic up for that. Yeah. So here's the graphic for that. Looks like we got Guthrie, Oklahoma City, Norman, Ada, McAllister, Patel, Henrietta. Scattered hail up to tennis ball size likely. Wow. Scattered gusts up to 70 miles per hour possible. And frequent lightning is also going to be possible with these storms. So make sure you guys are staying weather aware there in the Oklahoma area if you happen to live there. Patel, thank you. All right, Torcon, thank you for tuning in. You get yourself a good night's sleep. Yeah, lightning is starting to calm down on the radar as well. Yeah, that line is eventually going to sink into Shreveport. That'll mainly be a damaging wind threat, though. Hopefully, not as much of a hail threat. Anything for Tennessee? Maybe some rain. Yeah, I got some rain about to move into like Memphis. Poto. Okay. Kicked a rock and said, "Oh, my Poto." That's funny. Yeah, these storms should die eventually here. Cindy, I just answered that question. Just a little bit of rain. Yeah, rolling fork is good to go to sleep. Line is past you. Yeah, no problem. Relax, Mellow. I mean, it's not. I usually wouldn't be covering this kind of stuff, but I mean, we're already live, and I don't like to end my lives after like an hour. But we're pretty much just digital storm chasing at this moment. Tornado threat's pretty low, thankfully. Now, but there was some potentially a tornado, or at least a funnel cloud in Wisconsin. We had a couple tornado warnings a little while ago. That's what initiated the stream. Yeah, still looks like Jackson could get those 60-mile-per-hour winds. Yeah, some trees could fall. Trying to get a view of the storm. Is this thing really? Why does it look like this camera's facing east now? Is that the shelf cloud in the top left? Oh no. Were they right the whole time? We're always wrong about the direction, I swear. If that's facing east, I'm gonna be pissed. I don't think that's the shelf cloud on the left side. Might just be a cloud. But man, if this thing's not facing west, I'm just gonna quit. Quit weather. Get tired of these cams. Thank you, Jared, for the 5 on Cash App. Thank you so much. Facing southwest. Okay, good. Why does the lightning look like it's coming on the left side of the screen, though? I just want to see a shelf cloud. There's a field there in front of that building. Yeah, we'll find it. I'm gonna figure out for sure. For sure this time. I promise. We're gonna get the answer now. Or it's too late. Probably should have done this a little while ago, but we were seeing lightning back there, so that's why I was overly confident. But all right, so thank you, Olin, for the 2. You say it's windy there. All right. You still got power there though? What is that building? So I feel like this is near downtown Jackson. Yeah, there's lightning back there. That's gotta be facing west. I'm still convinced it's facing west. Capitol building on High Street. Uh-oh. Oh yeah. Okay. I found it. It's facing northeast? No. Yeah, it's definitely facing northeast. Oh, come on, man. Are you kidding me? Then what are we seeing in the background? Must be one of those storms from far away. You gotta be kidding me, man. We've been sitting here forever hoping to see a dang shelf cloud. We're trying to find another view. I just want to see the shelf cloud. That's it. Might miss it now. Soon to be in front of the camera. You mean on the left side of the camera? Where we can't, I mean, we'll see the bottom of the shelf cloud, but that's not what we want. Crap. Well, I guess it's the best we got. It's over our left shoulder, yeah. There's another camera on this website. Uh, near Jackson Prep. Man, I can't see anything from that one. That's sad. Yeah, that's the one that's facing northwest. This one's in Jackson. Which way is this one facing? Okay, I think this is facing northwest. Because there's that same building. If that one was facing northeast, we're kind of looking directly at our last camera here. I think this is facing northwest. Because there's the Capitol building, and that one facing the opposite way. Hopefully, we'll be able to see some sort of shelf cloud. Let's do a quick little radar update here for everybody. So this is the storm that's coming into Jackson. Again, not talking about a tornado threat with this, mainly talking about 60-mile-per-hour winds. Jackson, Canton need to be indoors and away from windows. Got another portion of the line with the same kind of threat. Heading into Hazelhurst and Crystal Springs and Georgetown, Mississippi next. Over here near Vidalia, connecting towards Roxy and Bud, there in Mississippi. Also got 60-mile-per-hour winds with that. Update on this storm. Still warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds. Approaching Converse, Pleasant Hill, and Coushatta next, there in Louisiana. I'm still not seeing a shelf cloud. But it's not quite in Jackson yet. But that shelf cloud should be here any moment. It might just be facing directly north. So the shelf cloud would come on the left side of the screen, kind of at the last moment. Yes, some there will be some of this left as it approaches Hattiesburg. Just not 100% certain on whether or not it will still be severe, but you are in a severe thunderstorm watch there in Hattiesburg. Traffic cam. Yeah, there's a lot of traffic cams in here. Oh, well. Wait a second. Hold on a second. We can at least report on some winds here just outside of Jackson. It was this cam. No, this camera maybe? It's one of these cameras. Yeah, you see there are some decent winds. See that rain moving across the road there. That's about to move into Jackson. Yeah, I was trying to find that one, Bill. That's the one I was just looking at. I can't find it. I just had it up. Let me see if I can. Yeah, it's like right in this area. Pretty sure. Yeah, it's this one. Yeah, you can see the winds are actually pretty decent with this storm still. See them moving across the road. That's those stronger winds. Potentially up to 60-mile-per-hour winds in there. No tornado threat in Illinois. We got a shelf cloud yet here? Yeah, still no shelf cloud. Starting to see the lightning, though, behind that building. Let me find one a little bit closer to Jacksonville on the ground view here. Let's follow these winds into town. I want to get on like the east side. Is that a shelf cloud? There's the shelf cloud right there. You can kind of see it on this camera. I'm going to find it maybe a better view of it if possible. Oh, wow. Yeah, you can see it really good on this camera on the left side there. There's the shelf cloud. That's the storm. So we should be able to see something with this camera here eventually. Hopefully. But for now, until we start to see anything, let me just make sure we don't have to like manually refresh this. Okay, it looks like we had to manually refresh it, which sucks. Because the shelf cloud is already there. Hold on. There we go. And that is a smooth shelf cloud. Got a little white line there. That's the shelf cloud. See if I right here, right above my head. That's the shelf cloud. Um, so far we haven't seen any dangerous rotations along this line, so I don't think there's much of a tornado threat. I think it's just damaging winds of up to 60 miles per hour. I-20 and State Street has a great view on the dot map. I-20 and State Street. Um, not seeing it. I-20. There's Valley Street, Terry Road. There's no State Street. Shack. Oh, here it is. West. Oh, yeah. Look at that. There's your shelf cloud. That is a good view. It's a good find. Whoa! That was a decent little lightning strike. And that line of storms is entering into the Jackson area, and there is your shelf cloud. Moving pretty quick. Let me just double check here. I'm gonna make sure this is manually refreshed. So I think it pauses when we leave. I'm surprised this one doesn't have that great of a view of the shelf. I mean, it's there, but this one's better view for some reason. What'd you miss? We got a severe thunderstorm warned storm entering into Jackson, Mississippi. 60-mile-per-hour winds again. Not too big of a risk for really much. We have had some trees reported down, so I would definitely be indoors and away from windows. Power outages have been happening as well. And the storm is moving into the Jackson, Mississippi area. Yeah, there's that shelf cloud on this camera, but it's just not showing up as well. Might still be too far away to really see. Definitely a better view for some reason with this traffic camera. Let me see if we have any other views of it. Nope, it's just this camera here. It's gone. Okay, so shelf cloud is gone. And this is now our only view of said storm as that moves into Jackson, Mississippi. But yeah. Mississippi Emergency Management has a wide, Omega has a live view. I don't know. Omega put a weird thing on their stuff. Come over to here. Kind of afraid to use these cams. This is emergency management. It's a government website, so I'm not afraid to use this one. Wow. Look at that. Now that's a shelf cloud. Oh, come on. That's a nice view. It's the best one we've got. That's for sure. And this is moving into Jackson, Mississippi. Big old shelf cloud here. Really getting backlit, are getting lit up really well by the Jackson, Mississippi city lights. Kind of looks like a little notch forming on that part of the storm. Was that power flash? But there's our power flashes. Huh. Pretty sure those little things back there were power. Well, I don't know. They kind of be. It seems to be syncing up with the lightning, though. Those seem to be emanating from the ground. I'm not sure if those are power flashes, but they look like power flashes. We might be getting some power outages in Jackson. But if it keeps happening, then no, because we just had a lightning bolt there and nothing from the ground. Man, look at that. That's definitely got a notch with it as well. My goodness. What a view of the storm here moving into Jackson, Mississippi. That is one heck of a shelf cloud, I'll tell you what. Power out in Raymond, Mississippi. Okay. So that's just to the west of Jackson. Man, can you imagine? This thing has got structure on structure. Hold on, is there rotation on this storm? Let me check that real quick. Oh, we definitely got a strong wind gust coming into southern Jackson though. That's this thing right here. Power flash. That was a power flash. We are getting power flashes here in Jackson. Those are power outages happening. Those little power flashes. We've seen like 4. Wow. This thing looks crazy. This is one of the most impressive looking shelf clouds I've ever seen at night. And it's thanks to how much lights are in Jackson. Yeah, looks like we might be getting power flashes in Jackson, Mississippi. This part of the line might be a little bit stronger than is warned for, because we've seen a couple. About 4 or 5 power flashes. There's more. Those are 2 more right back in there. Make sure you are indoors and well away from windows. This thing is definitely packing a punch. My goodness, look at that view of this storm. That is one heck of a shelf cloud. Yeah, we're mainly just digital storm chasing right now. But because we haven't really had a tornado warning in a while. Wow. Look at that. I can't believe we saw that many power flashes. That makes me think we're probably dealing with 70-mile-per-hour winds with this storm. Either that or y'all's infrastructure is just not that great in Jackson. I'm going to want to wait for that. I want to wait for that to pass to the next side of the radar, because we usually get like these weird signals that it looks like there's a tornado happening nearby the radar, but sometimes that's just the velocities transferring from away and to are away from the radar. So it looks like you have greens and reds right next to each other. I usually like to wait. Oh, there's another power flash right back in there. Still getting power flashes here in Jackson, Mississippi. It kind of seems like there's rotation with this. Broad circulation, actually. There actually does seem to be broad circulation with this storm. Another power flash back there in Jackson. Be indoors and away from windows. This storm's packing a punch. Okay, so they just upgraded the warning to 70 miles per hour, which makes sense. Yeah, there's definitely some rotation in this thing. You can tell just by looking at this camera. There's some broad circulation here. Not seeing any tighter areas. I mean, if there's a tornado in there, we'd see it, but I don't think there's tight enough circulation. But all those power flashes were most likely caused by straight line damaging winds, if I had to guess. All right, this is now a destructive storm. Now a destructive storm here. 80-mile-per-hour winds with this storm. That's going to be for Richland, Brandon, Canton. You guys are all next in line for this 80-mile-per-hour winds. And, honestly, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense. We've been seeing power flash after power flash. Those 80-mile-per-hour winds can cause some major damage. So if you live in any of those cities I just called out, make sure that you are in your safe spots. Again, your safe spot is the lowest, most interior room of your house. As many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible. A tornado shelter. Oh, another power flash. A tornado shelter or a basement that is underground. Given the fact that we do have 80-mile-per-hour winds, that tornado threat is going to increase with this as well. Yeah, this thing did escalate very quickly here. A big old cold pool surge here is causing some stronger winds. Very interesting feature on the right side of this storm. Oh, yeah. There's also some stronger circulation. That's right in front of this camera. There's actually some stronger circulation here. That is literally right in front of this camera. We might get a tornado warning for that here in a little bit. I think that would be the feature on the right side there. Or could be rain wrapped. Man, with all those power flashes, kind of making me think we might have had maybe a quick spin up, or I guess just 80-mile-per-hour winds can do that as well. With that rotation forming, we might start to get tornado warnings with this. And right there on the right side of the screen, I think that's that area of tighter circulation coming right at us. So we're going to keep it on this camera view to see if we see a tornado drop out of the storm. Yeah, a lot of Jackson, unfortunately, might have gotten surprised by this storm. I'm surprised. I was not expecting this thing to be able to reach 80 miles per hour. That's for sure. But still continue to be in your safe spots in Jackson. In Jackson, also Flowood, Brandon, Florence, and north and east of Canton all need to be in their safe spots. This entire line is warned for 80 mile per hour winds. This is a very serious storm. Again, 80 mile per hour winds is as strong as a weak tornado or as strong as a weak hurricane as well. Still watching this little feature on the right side here. Power outage maps, those won't update until later. So we'll probably need to give the power outage maps about 10 minutes or so to catch up on the reports coming in. Okay, that little area of rotation is about to go directly over the camera now. Yeah, don't just get inside. You want to get in your safe spots with this storm. This is a very powerful storm. Let's come back over here. Yeah, this is a very powerful storm here, guys. Very strong winds, 80-mile-per-hour winds that will do some damage. The good thing is that it does look like, oh, wow, big power flash there on the camera. Big old power flash back there. Still getting power flashes in the Jackson area. Yeah, the rotation is calmed down, though. But this thing still has destructive 80-mile-per-hour winds. Again, damage threat, destructive. That's going to be coming towards Brandon next. Wait a second. Is it this one? Yeah. Let's get a traffic cam in those 80-mile-per-hour winds. I know we got cameras in Brandon if power's still on. Oh, this is perfect. Okay, if this cam survives, this is going to be a perfect view of those 80-mile-per-hour winds from the surface. This is about to push into Brandon. Brandon, Mississippi, be in your safe spots here. Also, Richland, Florence as well. Again, that's the lowest, most interior room of your house. As many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible. Tornado shelter or a basement that is underground. We're about to see just how strong these winds. This next warning that just came out, though, is for 70-mile-per-hour winds. It's going to be for Forest, Carthage, and Maggie. So they might have just downgraded this storm, but we're going to find out for sure what's happening here in Brandon as the winds come through. Flip that cam to the west. Do you think so? Oh, yeah. Look at that on the top left of the screen. Look how fast that's moving. That's that shelf cloud. Oh, wow. Yeah, look at all that lightning. Yeah, this was smart. Thank you. And that's really moving on the left side. Fast moving storm here in Mississippi. And that's into Jackson again. We just saw a lot of power flashes in Jackson. A lot of people are probably without power. And Brandon, it's coming to you next. Brandon, Mississippi. Should not be driving in this like this white car. Supercells firing in Oklahoma. What? Those aren't really supercells. There's showers right now. Okay, they'd also downgraded this warning as well. So now we're at 70-mile-per-hour winds. So they did downgrade it. So that's good. You don't necessarily have to be in your safe spots for the 70-mile-per-hour winds, but I would still be indoors and away from windows closer to the most interior room of your house with as many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible. Or yeah, closer to the interior portion of your house on the lowest floor. I would be. You don't necessarily need to be in your safe spots, but I would definitely protect yourself if you live near big trees, as these 70-mile-per-hour winds can definitely still cause power outages. But we're about to see just how strong this storm is at the moment. As that portion of the line is about to go directly over, and we're about to get an on-the-ground view. This camera is located in Brandon, facing to the west. Looks like the winds are picking up. By the way, if you haven't liked the stream yet, please do it. It helps us reach more people in the path of these storms. And also, if you like coverage like this for your area, And even if you don't live in Mississippi, we do national weather coverage. So make sure you hit the subscribe button so you can get notifications on alerts when we go live again. Yeah, the people in this new 70 mile per hour warning, though, it's Mendenhall, Maggie, Miz, Taylorsville, Raleigh, Silvernia, Morton Forest. We also got a good cam in Forest as well. Walnut Grove and Carthage, Mississippi. Wins in the last cam look pretty bad. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see what it looks like on this one. And thank you, Alyssa, for the 20. I appreciate that. That's a huge help out to the channel. Thank you. It goes a long way, I promise. Yeah, the line of storms is still in Canton and Jackson. I mean, we just saw tons of power flashes in Jackson, Mississippi, which we were not expecting for a 60 mile per hour storm. And it turns out it wasn't 60 miles per hour. 80 mile per hour wind. I'm sure we got an 80 mile per hour wind report there. That mixed with the power flashes, we're probably getting a decent amount of power outages there. Let me see if those numbers are rolling in. What county is Jackson, Mississippi in? Is it Hinds County? Hinds. Okay, so there's currently 10% of Hinds County is without power. So that's 9,000 people without power in Hinds County. But that's just a couple of updates. That's probably going to uptick here. I wouldn't be surprised to see at least 50% people without power in Hinds. All right, here comes the winds. Camera's starting to shake. It's going to really pick up when that rain comes, though. Since we don't have a view here on the shelf cloud anymore, I do want to switch it back east because this will probably give us a better view of the winds since we're closer to the surface. And we got a well-lit surface here. And we got some trees to look at on the left side. Still eerily silent here in Brandon. Yeah, if you look at the radar, it's not quite there yet. And in fact, the radar is located in Brandon. Just about to enter into the city. And that's where these cams are. As 8 p.m., 8:30 p.m. Central, reported 99,000 people without power in Texas. Yeah, we had a big storm in Tyler, Texas. Oh my gosh, it's even more than that now. We now have 132,000 people without power in Texas. So those numbers are picking up. 27,000 without power in Louisiana, 14,000 without power in Arkansas, and 21,000 without power in Mississippi. And that's going to pick up for Mississippi. Live just to the east of this cam. Winds started blowing super bad. Okay, so there you go. Someone lives very close to this camera. They're saying the winds are bad, so we're about to find out. Oh, Muggy. Gotcha. Not Maggie. Yeah, the west cam is going to get rained on. It's going to be hard to see. And it's a little bit higher off the ground, so it'll still show the wind. But this one will definitely show the winds better. It's a nice lit, close to the ground area. So once they come in, we should get a really good understanding of just how strong the winds are. About the best case scenario you can get with here with the traffic cam and winds. Usually traffic cams are all dark, hard to see, but this one's well lit near a light. So, then we got a tree. Raytown. Seeing more rotations. Help. Um, yeah, little area of rotation there, north and west of Raytown. Got some hail falling as well near Raytown as well. It's not strong. I think we're dealing. Let me see how it's evolved. Yeah, it's not really strong circulation. It's pretty broad right now, but certainly worth keeping an eye on, I'd say. Coisco. Yeah, let me check that for you. Cusico. It's not on the map. Am I spelling it right? Did you spell it right? Yeah, it's not showing up. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, still nothing here on this camera yet. Check the radar, see what's going on. I was expecting it to be here by now. Yeah, still not there. There's that wind front there. Wind and the rain. We'll see what it's like. It's warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds. I'm not guaranteeing that we're going to see that. Sometimes the winds are a little weaker than what are warned, and sometimes they're a little bit stronger. So we're just trying to figure out for the people out in front here in Carthage and Forest what this storm is still packing. Let me check a little bit. Do we have anything further to the west, maybe? Oh, yeah. Look at these traffic cams, or these traffic lights kind of moving there. I mean, this is out in front of where the camera is. These winds weren't too strong. How's Muggy? Muggy is on the southern portion of this line. You guys probably still have a good 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes maybe before the storm comes through. See how fast this thing is moving to the east. It's moving at 50 miles an hour. So yeah, about 30 minutes it appears. Okay. Cusco. Let me search that up. Okay, yeah, you guys are out of the warning, but you do have some rain and wind probably coming for you. I certainly wouldn't be outside for that. I wouldn't say zero tornado threat, but I mean, we're not really seeing many convincing spin ups. We had a little bit of a spin up in South Jackson, but we couldn't confirm it on radar as a tornado. But once the line is past them, are they safe to go to bed? For now, yes, but just be weather aware. Tomorrow morning to afternoon could get another line move through, and that's going to be coming from Oklahoma potentially, if that really gets its act together there. That they continued the warning. Okay, so they downgraded it to 60 miles per hour. Wow. So they downgraded to 60, which, you know, stronger winds, but I think that lines up with what we saw in that other cam, to be honest. So, all right. They're downgrading the storm. That's good news. Meridian. I think Meridian is somewhere in the, yeah. Yeah, by the time it gets to you, we're really not expecting it to be that strong. It's still a severe potential threat there for Meridian, Mississippi down the line. Is it safe to go to bed in Richland? Yeah, you guys are past the worst part. So yeah, I'd say it's safe. I don't know, help. I don't know if that's the case. I mean, we're watching the storm come through this camera, and there's really not 70-mile-per-hour winds happening yet. So, and we've already gotten that leading edge past Brandon. I mean, it's been kind of, I mean, meh. Some rain, a little bit of wind, but nothing. I wouldn't even say we got 60-mile-per-hour winds with this camera. Under a marginal risk, it could be it could be bigger than a marginal risk. Um, just depending on what the storm does. Sometimes we get a little extra instability, but man, the environment's really getting worked over right now. So I really hope tomorrow's not too bad. But guys, it's getting late. If you're further down the line of the storm, continue to have a way to get alerts. But it's getting late for me. I'm at the end the coverage here, but I do appreciate you guys again tuning in to the coverage. By the way, if you haven't liked the stream yet, please do that and continue and consider subscribing. We do coverage like this all the time, but it's getting late for me. I'm gonna have to hit the hay. But thank you guys for tuning in. There's still gonna be local coverage in your area, so check out that. And yeah, I will. I will be back on tomorrow if needed. If needed. So we'll see what ends up happening. But yeah, thank you guys so much. Thank you for the mods for hanging out, and thank you everybody else for bringing such good conversation today. Definitely had a good time before the storms took a turn. So I do appreciate that as well. You know, severe weather coverage doesn't always have to be serious. And so it's nice to kind of be able to chill out and hang out with you guys instead of having to just call out tornado warnings constantly throughout the day. But yeah, you guys have a wonderful rest of your night. If you're out in front of the storms, just continue to be weather aware. Could still have some hefty gusts in there. So definitely keep an eye out for that. If you do get put in to a severe thunderstorm warning, just make sure that you are indoors and away from those windows and closer to the most interior portion of your house on the lowest floor. But again, thank you guys so much, and I'll see you on the next stream. Help, why are you doing that? When you make that face, it makes me think that there's rotation. Okay. Don't make that face right before I end the stream, please. All right. We're good. We're good. He just made the face for no reason.